Yo, what up? Let me get this going. If you ain't Sinetta, no time for that interview, dog. I put my shit out for niggas, I don't send it to blogs. Plan kill off the Buddha, not being discreet. One puff, this big pops and projectiles. Between the sheets. Sun run, cold game, bring your cleats. The best flow blow, Eskimo, penguin feet. Don't need no blunt to burn. You run the turf with 10 niggas on the block. That's a punt return. Ayo, Dolomite prototype soldier with the solar light. Saber and he hold it like he hold a mic. Golden ice benders, sipping on that overpriced poltergeist spirits. Ripping at the open mic, spoke the nice lyrics like Mama moved mean overnight. Golden motorbike holding on some Tron shit. That nice neon kit is on it. The king's libation with exotic liqueur. The queen's vibration like a Sada Shakur. A lot of decor, imported foreign threads, they ain't got at the store. Nubian Kush, black top pottery jaws, 39% THC, the quality pure. Old rappers try to spit, ain't hot as before. It's like I'm 5 flights above, busting shots at the floor. Cats switch up they style when they ain't got it no more. Cause they gotta keep their product in stores to feed their kids. See what that weed did? The yes man agreeing on everything we said. I smell the mic like it's the love of my life. Don't get sliced and beat with the butt of the knife. Brother polite, I say I'm animalistic, cause I still be in the hood with my hand on my pistol. The Hebrews think I'm cannibalistic, E5 divination, channel the mystic, audio visionary. Let's play poetical Pictionary. Picture me burning down your missionary. Yeah, then I send you religion. That red dot on your head, that's Hindu tradition. Invisible, independent, intrinsic shit. I'll bring it all to an end with indivisible games. Charles Xavier, getting your brain. Mental anguish, a manifesting physical pain. Wizard remains to dance in the chemical rain. Breathe slow, then I'm up out of this physical plane. Got military machinery that exercise, weaponized greenery. Shine at a jeopardize the scenery, son. Bruh, the beam 10 times your distance, inclines convention. Stop rising with no trend line resistance. The parabolic breakout. I'm F-16 with the aeronautic fake out. The God killer, the God killer, the God killer, the God killer. It's the God killer, the God killer. That's who it is. The God killer, the God killer. It's the God killer, the God killer, the God killer, the God killer. It's the God killer, the God killer. God killer, God killer, God killer. Yo, what up? Do me a favor, like the video so we can get it popping. Have us a nice little informative. You know this is the most informative show, no rhetoric here. Let's go.
And I'ma work cause I ain't going out lazy, bruh. Thought he was conscious, but the homie just played me, bruh. The house of consciousness is going out crazy, bruh. They crazy, bruh. Alright, it's getting kinda dirty in these YouTube streets. The Amon Ra squad, God thinking you dudes weak. Islam or Judaism, where you learn what you dudes teach. The West African rappers slapping with that voodoo speech. All that sub-Saharan terror about a cuckoo feet. I'm like Norma, that agricultural farmer that grew you wheat for the storehouses. We feed the Hebrews and lead the people when we defeat the feeble. They wanna know, polite rip me off, but Sinetta paid me my money though. That mean he 100. And I'ma work cause I ain't going out lazy, bruh. Thought he was conscious, but the homie just played me, bruh. The house of consciousness is going out crazy, bruh. They crazy, bruh. Nubian with the Jews, I rock the pinky. I think Jesus got to save me, a doctor save me, a Dr. Inky. I cop the copper jewels on blue and red. I'm not the chakra doctor y'all claim woke, but you in bed. You won't pop a chopper, you Grandmaster J. You just talking. Punks turn the other cheek and you will walk away. Y'all gon' have to pardon my Moorish. That's Tahaka Bay. I'm on that black African power on my darkest day. And that's my brother Ankh stomping them other punks. We brought them gators to Italy, you loving the Moors. And now I'm teaching from my shrine like brother Jabari. Scoping the savannah cause I'm on another safari. Tasha K showed us Frank record. Young Pharaoh just losing his mind and y'all can't help him. I know one thing, you're a fool if you're still out here donating to Umar school. That shit cool. And I'ma work cause I ain't going out lazy, bro. Thought he was conscious, but the homie just played me, bro. The house of consciousness is going out crazy, bro. They crazy, bro. Look. You showing your hidden colors like Tariq Nasheed. A bunch of pseudo-information I don't think I need. Probably lying on the text, act divine as Zion Lack. Just get that microphone ready. With Metal Netta, I'm Stone Jetty. A Ujahu, a Saw Imhotep. Y'all probably timid still on them Bobby Hemmett teachings. I'm in Gozy with the DNA. Cats corny and it's killing me too. You talk that black shit, but you look Arab like Gorilla Hebrew. You need therapy, they telling me just chillin', be cool. I'm a madjai orchard, you a sad guy talking. Hey, UKA, we need you in the group, man. Going out lazy, bro. Thought he was conscious, but the homie just played me, bro. The house of consciousness is going out crazy, bro. They crazy, bro. Okay, what's up? That's clap. How everybody doing? What's up? Peace. You remember when everybody used to try to, when people say peace in every dang language they know how to say it in, that's played out. Hotep, shalom, namaste, come on, do it. I'd be like, okay, I remember when that was impressive. Then you grow up and be like, man, this stuff crazy. Just say peace. What's up? How y'all doing? You can say shalom, but you ain't gotta say 50 million up. What they doing on here, man? They over here tripping. Dude didn't need none of that stuff. He was dead. They had all these processions. They thought Wazir was the black divine God, that is. You see, when you study, man, I have to, I might do too much being proud and stuff. And I hope some of you are proud of me. But cats just be talking. Oh, cats just be talking. I don't just be talking. The majority of my content is me showing you what I've seen. I can open up a list of sources from... Let me show you. I can open up a list of sources all about social constructs and race. So I omitted that segment from what I was working on because I was trying to rush it into a book that I've been working on for a cool little while. Not a long time, but maybe ever since we've been talking about this little black stuff. And since we started getting, having a climax to the conversation, I wanted to complete the book. So I had to omit hella stuff, which got me working on the second book right now. The third book now. Because a lot of the stuff I omitted in order to hurry up and finish Black Like Osiris, since the conversation is hot right now, I couldn't wait 6 more months. I'm gonna work on this other stuff now. So I took the information that I wasn't finished sourcing and took it out of the book. But I'm working on that book. Guess what I'm doing? I'm doing something even funner than that, y'all. Y'all know how we get it in over here. So I took the content that I'm writing about social constructs, because they're going to try to hide behind that stuff and they don't even understand it. But what I did was to have some fun, was took the content I'm writing and popped it into the voice generator. So now I just like, oh my God, I'm tripping. Now I'm going to have the audio book as soon as I'm finished writing it. So I recommend that to y'all too, if y'all are aspiring authors like myself or whatever. This is something I say to any man, period.
everybody got an individual story, and one position that somebody can't stop you from being in the world is an author. Everyone is qualified. Every literate person is qualified to be an author. Because what you're talking about is then that show whether you qualified or not. Some people just talk about fictional stuff, so they don't have to show no qualifications. So you telling me you hella funny, right? And you got all these ideas that be in your head, but you never put them in a format for other people. I'm not doing that no more. I've been writing since I was hella young. But I only wrote raps. But I would write so much of them that my fingers would hurt. And so let's listen to, I guess we could say this is going to be an excerpt from my audiobook then, right? And I just popped it in 11 Labs, the voice generator. Oh, but I downloaded it, so let's see. Open. Yeah, let's see what we could do. So we're going to listen and learn. And any of these sources that y'all need that I've been going through, I'm going to start sharing. Matter of fact, we're putting together a nice little study group. I'm going to let y'all know how to get down in a minute. Hold up. Let me see.
A social construct pertains to an idea.
Here we go. What happened to that old school music? I should play it to a beat, huh? Last time I did that, they clipped my video. So now these are my words, and so but I sourced everything. So don't act like it's the AI talking like that person is more authoritative. Or when we finish this, understand that, it ain't like everything that I say that you don't know nothing about, I put the source in there. So let's try to see if I can find that. What did I just do? I told it to open.
A social construct pertains to an idea, concept, or phenomenon that originates and persists due to societal influence rather than possessing inherent natural or objective qualities. These constructs are molded by distinct cultural, historical, and social factors, causing variations among different societies and time periods. Social constructs cover a broad spectrum of concepts, such as gender, race, ethnicity, social class, nationality, beauty standards, and more. An illustration of this is the notion of currency which, despite being mere pieces of paper or digital numbers, holds value because of the collective agreement within society. It is imperative to acknowledge that social constructs are neither permanent nor universal. Their nature is subject to change as societies progress and evolve. Furthermore, distinct cultures may develop unique social constructs. Comprehending the concept of social constructs is essential for analyzing and critiquing societal phenomena. This understanding emphasizes the significance of human perception, interpretation, and consensus in shaping our knowledge and interpretation of the world. Several examples of social constructs include 1. Gender. The roles, behaviors, and expectations associated with being male or female are socially constructed. Different societies define and enforce gender norms in various ways. 2. Race. The classification of people into distinct groups based on physical characteristics is a social construct. The significance and meaning attached to racial categories vary across cultures and historical periods. 3. Nationality. Borders, citizenship, and the idea of nations are social constructs. The concept of belonging to a particular nation is shaped by shared history, culture, and legal definitions.
When a nigga get to going in,
4.
niggas get to
Money.
feeling some kind of way.
The value we attribute to
get to feeling
currency
some
is a
kind of
social construct. Paper money and digital currency have no intrinsic value, but are accepted as a medium of exchange due to societal agreement. 5. Social class. The division of society into different economic and social classes is a social construct. Class distinctions are often based on factors such as wealth, occupation, and education. Let's explore these examples to highlight the malleable nature of social constructs and how they shape our perceptions and interactions within a given society. Gender. Gender roles refer to societal expectations and norms regarding the behaviors, roles, and responsibilities
See how I'm
that
just
are
giving
deemed
y'all the audio
appropriate for
book for free?
individuals
I'm
based on their
talking over it on
perceived
purpose.
gender. Here's an exploration of how gender roles are social constructs. Gender roles vary significantly across different cultures and historical periods. What is considered typical behavior for men and women in one society may differ markedly from the norms in another. These variations highlight that gender roles are not biologically determined, but are constructed within specific cultural contexts. For instance, a study published in Sex Roles conducted an international comparison of adolescents' attitudes toward family and gender roles, highlighting the diversity of gender norms across cultures. Gibbons et al., 1991. Furthermore, research in the Journal of Adolescent Health underscores the importance of cultural context in shaping gender roles and identities, emphasizing the profound influence of societal norms on gender expectations. Siewicz, 2017. Over time, societal expectations regarding gender roles have evolved. For instance, the roles and rights of women in many societies have changed dramatically in the past century. The recognition of women's rights and the push for gender equality demonstrate that gender roles are not fixed or inherent, but are subject to social change.
Now, hold on. I like the comment made by Fetty. He says, you can't say Egypt was black without pinpointing certain ethnic groups to prove your claims. Now, do anybody debate? Or does anybody witty in discourse? Can you pinpoint all the errors in the statement that he just made? First, it is my brother Feta's stance that black is an ethnic group. You see? Already we're in error. If we're talking about the ancient Egyptians and their personal identification, they're simply self-identifying, identifying themselves. So Egypt can be black because the people self-identified as the such without having to be an ethnic group or a social construct that say we the blacks, even though I have that too. If this information was not true, I would not have all of these sources. I would not be bombarding them from every different angle on the matter.
From a young age, individuals are socialized into specific gender roles through various agents like family, peers, media, and education. Children learn what behaviors, interests, and aspirations are considered appropriate for their gender. This socialization process reinforces and perpetuates gender norms within a society. Gender roles are often reinforced by societal institutions such as the legal system, education system, and religious institutions. Laws, for example, may dictate certain expectations or restrictions based on gender. These institutional practices contribute to the shaping and perpetuation of gender roles. Mass media plays a crucial role in shaping and perpetuating gender roles by portraying certain stereotypes and ideals. Advertising, movies, television shows, and other forms of media often reinforce traditional gender norms, influencing societal perceptions of what is considered normal or acceptable behavior for men and women. Research supports this view, suggesting that media use can influence attitudes towards gender roles. Harrison and Ward, 2005. For instance, a study published in Sex Roles found that exposure to certain media images can...
Now, Brother Feta is taking the stance that it's 2023 and my argument is outdated. Your stance is a response to the theory saying Egyptians were white. That's incorrect. Using black to identify ancient populations isn't the right methodology. All right, let me show you something. People know so much, but they can't say shit when I do this. All right, you see how easy this should be? Now, so you're gonna give me a moment to teach the people. regardless of anything you're saying about why, y'all keep doing that. Everybody who opposed the blackness of the ancient Egyptians only have one stance. And this is exactly what I'm dismantling in all of the audio you've been hearing at the moment. But instead of listening to the explanation about social constructs, you're going to use social constructs in order to say ancient Egyptians wasn't fact. That's the worst way to lose. Think about it. If I couldn't articulate the flaw in that standpoint, then maybe it would be able to prevail. But I simply am writing on it at the moment, researching on it and showing why you're wrong. So you just ignored everything we heard about these social constructs, right? And you're trying to say that in order for ancient Egyptians to identify themselves as black, they would have had to been fitting themselves into some social construct, which no one argues. Furthermore, moreover, the research that I am presenting has been unrevealed. All right? You cannot find the research formulated in the way that I'm presenting it on this subject matter in academia. So you can take it for what it's worth. It's all sourced. For instance, I'm not, what you see on the screen, I'm just showing you that this is how ancient Egyptians said black. I'm not creating that. I'm not defining this as that. I'm just showing you something that people didn't know. So if this is how they said black, and they called themselves this, then there's no more argument. You can't keep bringing up a social construct that does not apply. You guys are the ones espousing anachronisms. Right? Think about it. Just think about the stance you're taking. It's to say that a person in ancient Egypt could not have called themselves black because Europeans made that up. I got all the data to show you how completely untrue that is. Right now, and we were in the middle of listening to it. But I'll stop that to show you some more things that people cannot get around. This term right here, the I-6 glyph, is one of the representations of it is blackness, to say black, to say things that are dark. As you see in this bas relief from the mortuary temple of Ramses III, when they wanted to identify which of these cows were dark or black, they used the Kim glyph at the bottom. Y'all see that? All right. You can see the definition here, Kim. This is for the crown of Upper Egypt. This is to explain that it can also mean dark. The crown of Upper Egypt was also, it was the red crown, right? Wait a minute, I messed that up. The crown of Lower Egypt was the red crown, right? I seen that word udder, but it's in German, so udder, it'll fool you. It actually means under. So that's they saying lower. So look, if it was red, it could be called Kim because it was darker in comparison to the white crown. Okay? So now we can even see how Kim describes black things and dark things. Here we see a determinative and words for skin and skin color. Okay? As I referenced yesterday, when somebody on Sinetta showed this text here where Elder Yara tried to refute it by saying, oh, well, if they pipping up Peppy and he got black skin, it's because he dead. And I can tell you the Hebrews said, see, you don't know nothing about culture, Elder Yara. You can never compare ancient Egyptian culture to Hebrew culture. Let me pinpoint that. The process of turning black when one dies that happens and occurs within 10 to 20 days is called black putrefaction. Ancient societies that had no knowledge of mummification would subject their deceased to black putrefaction. But as I can show you in another presentation, Elder Yara, as I just go right here, because I stay prepared for anything y'all say. God, that black putrefaction, obviously, mummification was created to stop that process, to stop the decay. Okay, as you see here, black wasn't I saying putrefaction? Did I say petrification? Whatever, I'm saying it right now. Black putrefaction, I hope I was saying that. Anyway, 10 to 20 days after death, exposes the skin, exposed skin turns black. Golly, do I have to walk y'all through all of this? So why they ain't black, Elder Yara? Well, I'm over prepared for that. What happened to him? He might have been a melanated person because he was mummified, but you can just say he didn't turn that black color that everybody talking about. But I got so much of this, you don't have to speculate. Why she ain't black? Huh? Why they ain't black? Why they ain't black? Why he ain't black? Why she ain't black? Why they ain't black? You want to know why these mummies ain't black? Because you just don't turn black. God, y'all be falling off. I be so polite and trying to make sure y'all just don't look stupid in front of everybody. What be in the back of my head is be quiet. Never put a source on the screen, people. Negro intuition running rampant on YouTube. No, this is what I'm trying to say. If you this, I don't want to hear none of that. Source up or shut up. Everything I'm showing you is sourced. Now, this is where they keep messing up, but I didn't even want to beat the brakes off them with this to the debate. But I ain't even tripping. This ain't even a lug. I won't even use this. A lot of these dudes is confusing the decay that mummies go through that produces a black ooze. This is a process that's happening to mummies in museums. And they're confusing that for vitamin use. And you can see the source on the screen. The black ooze. And I was like, oh my God, this is what happened when you microwave stuff. You be all over the place. I didn't go into the next. Oh, I'm going to get back out of this and go to the former one. Before we go back to the last 20-minute chapter that I was playing, y'all, out of my audio book. These dudes be tripping. They just do that to get taught for free. They be like, man, I'm bored. I'm going to just say something crazy to be taught for free. So now check this out. If this term right here was the way that you said black in 3000 BC, then what white people did when they made social constructs ain't got shit to do with what I'm saying. I could not have worded that better. All right? It has nothing to do with what I'm saying. The name of my book, you know what? They already got it on Goodreads. I had to pull it down. Let's celebrate this real quick. It's called Black Like Osiris. Let me see. Look, the boy is bad by the strings he's plucking. You get the talking head, and I'm about to make something. Look, they ready. All right, you know haters gonna hate, but when you really read it, you're not gonna hate. You're gonna be like, dang, he did that for the people. Wow, right there. Good reads. So let's see what this do Friday when they drop that thing. You know, but this stuff that we listen to isn't in this book. Like I said, I've omitted this stuff I'm working on now from this book because it was going to hold up the timely process that I wanted to go through for releasing this. You feel me? And so a lot of our questions will be answered right here. Sourced up, full everything. No, nothing to trip off. All right. Black like Osiris. Yeah. Congratulations to y'all. So in the debates with Asar Imhotep and Ujahu, no. I'll take that back. But they inspired me to write a lot. But debates with the Hebrews in 2015 and all of that stuff they were saying on YouTube and how it was going, I always got to withdraw and try to do something productive with the energy. If I don't withdraw and do something productive with the energy, I'm just going to be in the hamster wheel. So shout out to everybody getting ready to support that work. Man, I'm saying, I know they don't be citing my last book, but heck, man, I gotta get to the bottom of this. Watch this. I know I am to the bottom of it. Stop playing. But every time I go to academia.com, they be like, somebody just sourced you. It's this other dude here, boss, Jonathan Owens. All right. And shout out for the contributions. I just see the phone go off. But let me get back to this. Shout out to everybody who support the channel. So I was showing my good brother Feta that this term black, right here, as I was saying about Elder Yara, this can't be attributed to, his skin being black because of black putrefaction. Yeah, I was saying putrefaction because the process is prohibited by mummification, and so here we see the black god Kimi, right? So I guess I'm wrong here, and no, I'm not even doing nothing. I guess the Saurus lingua Egypti is incorrect here, that he was not the black one, right? That well, hold up though. That don't mean be quiet. Just check it out for a minute, please, family. How is this incorrect? That he called himself the Black One. No, that he was called the Black One. Kimi. And so people started to equate themselves to the black god, or started to be equated to the black god. As you find out. Friday, but I'll open my book up right now. We could go into it, man. But we listening to this other stuff. Now, for my good brother Feta. Check this out. And please don't refer to that book From Slave to Pharaoh in this argument, because you're showing that you don't even have any source material to manifest your bias, Feta. That book ain't got nothing to do with what we talking about. And that's a colonial a colonial presentation of how ancient Egyptians seen the Nubians. So you falling off with that name. You might not. I don't know if that African name is real. I'm just keeping it a buck. Because I'm looking at your tactics. You're going to say, read the book From Slave to... What will make you assume I haven't read that? That's not the best book to describe the relationship between Egyptians and their southern partners, is my stance. And you just revealed your hand. Now, what I'm showing you can be found in Herman Rank's work. Okay? The most authoritative and exhaustive work on the names and titles of ancient Egyptians. And don't we see the K.M. Kim here at the root of this name? Ta Kimi, the dark one. Why do people got a problem with that? If you say ancient Egyptians was black, so this person wasn't black. Y'all the ones who keep going to a modern day racial construct every time you hear the word black and do that. You feel me? Y'all the ones doing that. And I'm going to finish playing the audio to explain how that won't be able to be done in anybody debate. I'm going to make sure everybody know what's up on social constructs so motherfuckers stop saying that. Excuse my language. What about these people? You know, people keep belittling the attestations that are found. I have more attestations of people calling themselves black than you got kings of Egypt. I have more on this page almost, not on this page, but we see about 20 something on this page, about 26, 27 attestations of different people, right? Who were found on stelae or not really papyri, stelae or tombs, some in papyri or papyri, that called themselves Kim. In order to be socially and politically correct, we'd say dark here. But the word means black. Y'all just eggshells on this blackness. We monster mash. Now look what happened with shit when I start putting this on the screen. You really can't mount a real refutation. You just got to do Negro intuition, try to do any type of catchphrases people heard like cognitive dissonance or you can't refute it. Did you notice that? What? No one's qualified. Why? I mean, all due respect, this is Herman Rank's work and the TLA. Who is qualified to say they wrong? Please step forward. Will the man who's qualified to say Herman Rank and the TLA was wrong, please step forward? So I'm going to do this presentation for hella long. Because when we get to the females who held the name of the land of Egypt, what did they say their name was, y'all? The dark one. Ain't that right? Y'all seen that? Oh, I'm selling my RV. I forgot to tell y'all. I was just getting hella hits on that. I'm about to dump that thing. Somebody want a good jug? I ain't gonna sell it to anybody. It's gonna probably be like somebody who need a blessing. You know, somebody might want to live in it or something. But no disrespect, but they might, unless it's gonna be like your second home, I'm not trying to give it away. But I'm gonna sell it for cheap. Get rid of that thing. But anyway, so if y'all interested in that, holla at me. But I ain't on that right now. That thing clean though. Kim at the dark one. What happened here? Huh? Somebody said how much? Well, I'm gonna listen to serious offers, and I'm gonna go try to get it to a person who kind of need it, or got a family and want to enjoy it with their family. I don't want nobody just gonna thug it out and mess it all up. I didn't put a lot of money into it, and it's in very good shape, and it only got 50,000 miles. You feel me? I'm saying that mug is ready, so I'm like, I'm cool. I mean, not like that, but I'm going. If you interested, then hit me on Facebook. I'm Jonathan Owens on there. Y'all know that. Let me see. How do we know? How do we know it's not the other words for Kim? That's been banged out by scholars who've done the comparative linguistics back in the day. People act like that was not done, but they crazy. You can check early encounters Egyptian and Coptic comparative linguistics in the century from Schnigel or go, excuse me, to think. I think I said it better the first time, but it still probably was all messed up. And oh, this ain't what I'm focusing on because people said they didn't call themselves black, right? So now we're going to go into the Coptic to see how incredibly wrong people just be. So you see this right here? Now let me ask somebody. Y'all know Coptic is the language of the Copts. People, you know, people. It's not really a 80 language, so to speak. You feel me? I mean, it's not a BC language, so to speak. I apologize. You know what I'm saying? And so let's just keep that in mind. But it is after the Demotic, when they started to outlaw the Medu Neter, 50% of the language of Coptic is basically and it's Rodney Kemet. It's the language of the ancient Egyptians. It's so much so that it still bears the same name. The name of the Coptic language, Tiaspi Renin Kimi. The language of the man of Egypt, or the language of the mouth of Egypt, so to speak, the man of Egypt. Roman Kimi and Renin Kimi have the same definitions that they had in the ancient Egyptian. Remech was Roman Kimi. Remech ni Kemet was the man of Egypt. Men of Egypt. Remech ni Kemet turned into Rome ni Kimi in Coptic. Okay? Y'all can hear how similar that is, and I can detail the process. In Coptic, the T falls off and turns into an EI type of sound. Capo Chichi 2021. See, now I'm about to start having my sources in my head. It's going to be over. Yeah, all right, so then, all right, forget it. Look, so we know that this is the case. But look at what we find in the Coptic dictionary. Kami, you understand what this is. This is Kemet. Because the T falls off. But let's let the dictionary just tell us this is the root to Kemet, as they're showing us here. And this would be our Coptic version of Kemetiyu. Right here. Kamayu. Kamayi, whatever. Kamayi. It'd be plural to blackness. All right? The adjective here, right? But now we know in the ancient Egyptian language, any adjective, I gotta remember the date. Any adjective can be used as a noun. Hotch, 1953. Let me see. If I said that right, I'm a boss. Hold on, is that Hotch 1953? Let me see. I'm stepping my game up. Hotch, James, Middle Egyptian grammar. If this 1953, my game is all the way on fire now. But it ain't gonna be 1953. Let me see. Cause use that rap memory for something better, man. This ain't 1997. I messed that up. 1997. All right, Hotch 1997. I'm just saying it like that on purpose. Just having fun, dog. Stop tripping. Now look, when I go back to this, because I'm twisting this knife right now. This is a spinning arrow. And it's coming at a high velocity. All right? Because this is your Kemet here, and we know it because it means black. But let's look. They tell us about dogs, bulls. He's giving us all type of sources. But what you're going to see gets crazy here. And I'm going to take you all the way down for the people who would like to read on their own later. And you can see the source at the bottom. All right. Now, Rudy and Black, you can look at magic. They used it for, so when they was talking about black magic, blah, 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 to let you know they meant black. But listen to here, what happens here. What are they telling us in the Coptic dictionary? Huh? I don't listen to none of these people. And if they saying what they saying, just listen to me. Only if they saying what they saying. Because I'm showing you on the screen, can anybody read the highlight section? A black person or thing. But let's stop. When was the Coptic language used? Remember when I referenced earlier that it was not a BC language, really? So now we know that when they was using it from about the 1st century to the 5th century, and it's still used today, liturgically, what we find out is it's used more than liturgically. In the Crumb's Coptic dictionary, the word Kim that we analyzing that y'all say, ancient Egyptians, didn't say they was black. This the same word. And in Sahidic, Baharic, and Phaomic, SBF, we got the nominal noun for males and females that can mean what? A black person or a thing. So where am I out of line with the scholarship? In fact, I'm just like playing whack-a-mole right now. I need the music for whack-a-mole or something. Dude, hit him. Get him.
Bruh.
Get him. Get him. Get him. Because one pop up and then they fall back and fall off. Get him. All right, that's loud. I don't know. I'm playing whack-a-mole with the knowledge. So now, only one person could be black, I guess, because they can't be black. It could only be one, even though I showed you the plural term. What is the adequate response? Not to show me a source that discredits and falsifies this. Show me. Hey, round table gang, the only terrible mistake you could be talking about is selling the RV. For real, I thought about it. But I had my fun with that thing. Because I ain't considering nothing but no terrible mistakes with this information. But I could keep that thing forever, though. But, whatever. Black person. Black person or thing. Well, you can be the one person that say I lost already. When it's clear on the screen right now that in the language of people of Egypt, that Kimmy could mean a black person or thing. Y'all the ones with cognitive dissonance. I don't need to hear none of them catchphrases or no stupid shit. I don't even like talking to dumb people. If you can't comprehend this shit by this time, so be it. I open up the chat every motherfucking day. Don't hit me with no holla at me. It's nothing you can say because you ain't said it. You just giving your opinion. Falsify the information. That's what they can't do. So we got it on the screen that Kimmy could mean a black person or a thing. God, that's too easy to do. I'm kicking back, chilling on y'all. So you're going to listen to somebody whose refutation is, you wrong, gang. You're not going to listen to Walter Crumb in the Crumb's Coptic Dictionary? Who y'all gonna listen to in this struggle for knowledge? Because there's more. We didn't even come down here since they didn't like that. I told you, now, I don't want people to take it personal, but I'll be saying stuff like eggheads, right? That's just a little, some beef. Come on. I told you, eggheads, that it was pertaining to the color of the body, not no social construct. I don't need to hop over none of y'all hoops. Fetty. You want to know why? Because I'm a boss. I don't got to do none of that shit. Y'all can sit here because y'all trying to be fake scholars. Let me show you why I don't got to do that shit. First of all, I got a career. All these dudes is fake. They be calling this their career and they ain't never even did shit. Now, let me show you how real life works. This is my wiki. Jonathan Owens, born in December 19th, 1975. Let's let them think that. Known by a stage name Casual, is an American rapper, producer of one of the founding members of Alternative Members Hieroglyphics. See, that's my career. This is the difference. The difference. Hell, I gotta do. Everything I got written is sourced. What is this? Let's let y'all hear this in the damn audio. What you call it? We're gonna pop this into 11 Labs. That's who be doing the audio. Good and sounding really good. Let's pop this in 11 Labs real quick. I just gotta go back to the regular stuff. I'm in project mode. I don't want to create a project. Oh, I want to do this. Now we about to listen just to my wiki, and I'm telling you why I ain't got to do that. Because I'm getting recognized without even tripping off nothing y'all talking about.
Jonathan Owens, born December 19th, 1975, known by his stage name Casual, is an American rapper, producer, and one of the founding members of the alternative hip-hop collective Hieroglyphics. He also reads and has been studying Egyptian hieroglyphics for many years, makes videos on the subject on his YouTube channel Smash Rockwell, as well writing about it on his blog Rap God. As a rapper, Casual initially became known for his freestyle battle rhymes in the Bay Area hip-hop scene, and later developing into a solo artist. He's known for diverse lyrics, a complex, multisyllabic East Coast-influenced flow, but with a distinctive Oakland accent. Casual's debut album Fear Itself, released on Jive Records in 1994, when he was 17 years old, garnered both critical and commercial success. Along with Del the Funky Homo Sapien Casual, went on to become one of the most prominent and recognizable faces of the Hieroglyphics crew, releasing 3 albums all on the Hieroglyphics crew's own label, Hero Imperium. He has released 13 solo albums as of 2023. Between 10,000, 9,000 BCE, humans began practicing agriculture in the Near East 1. In the ensuing 5 millennia...
Oh, that's my other... It just generated... Damn, I over-generated that? Oh, my gosh. That's cool. Wasting characters. Yeah. The ego thing is a big problem. Nah, shut your ass up. You just soft and ain't got shit to say. When motherfuckers coming at me, they get what they get. Now you over there talking about the ego thing. Here they go. That never affects me. Hey, I'm gonna tell you the real. Do you need to study the ego? Read Annie Besant. I recommend a Study in Consciousness by Annie Besant. Have you read that, DL? What do you really know about the ego? And why do men have egos? Science and research says men have egos for survival. Men and women. I just gave you a source. Read Annie Besant, A Study in Consciousness. You're going to love that book, DL. Anytime you cooking, they want to dim your light. I'm about to ego up harder now. Bruh. Don't have me start rapping. You want ultimate ego, I'm going to start rapping. But I thought somebody just told me I needed to go get my shit peer reviewed, which I am doing. But I'm showing you this my shit been peer reviewed. My album got peer reviewed and I got signed to a record. That's my career. I'm teaching y'all stuff y'all don't know. You can take it and do what you want. You can say it's bad and not support it, but it'll be received by the world and written into what I've done on this earth. I ain't tripping on nothing else. They just mad because they can't listen to all the stuff they got to say. God, y'all squares. Now let me ask y'all something. Name one book written by any. I'm about to be the first one who actually submitted their book to some damn scholars. Name one book that y'all got from anybody written in this conscious community that has been peer reviewed. Asar Imhotep's books. Shout out to him. He's a very prolific writer. Y'all asked for the peer review? Zion Lex. Who else? Brother Garfield. Bobby Banger. Who peer reviewed these books? Stop with the nonsense. Y'all just ain't got shit to say. See? Now, since we can get back to the knowledge because can't nobody get around this one slide that's on the screen. Y'all ain't named the book. Y'all ain't named the book in the conscious community that's been peer reviewed that's on your bookshelf. Y'all just trying to, man, y'all be trying to set the bar places y'all can't even jump. I'm probably the only one with some data that'll get a cool peer review. I got accepted into the University of Manchester off my writing. But certain scholars ain't hit me back on my work yet, so I can't be waiting on that shit. I don't know that process. I submitted to see what they say. I'm trying to submit this album though, to y'all. Now look at this. Is it clear that we got Kim here? Right? That can mean a black person or a thing. Yes or no? Bruh. If that ain't clear. Is it clear here that it's not talking about a social construct, but just the color of the body? No, that's not true, DL. You wrong about everything you typing. Talking about debating does nothing. Most of the arguments and the contentions you get into in your life are called debates. You just don't understand that. You could be talking to your significant other. You don't want it to become a debate with your significant other. But eventually, when people disagree, they try to show why their standpoint is right. It is so elemental to the society in a democratic society that our chief item for choosing who will lead the nation is a debate. See? People just ain't ready for me. Because if you hating on this information, it gotta be me and not the information. You feel me? You want somebody, yeah, go ahead, go. It's plenty of people doing it their way. I ain't mad at you. Exactly. No one is saying anything about the information, yo. Now, we're going to have the moderators get on fact information check. We're going to have a little, hey, where you, we can have some fun. If you trying to refute something for 2 minutes, let's see how it works. Hey, if you trying to refute something for 2 minutes, right? And you ain't got no source or nothing to falsify the information, shoot them real quick, just for like Just shoot them for 90 seconds. But if they put up something that falsify the information, then, or if they mount, I mean, they can say their opinion, but just for 2 minutes, so that people be forced to deal with this. Deal with it. It says in the Coptic language that Kim could be a black person or person or thing, and it denotes the color of the body. People funny. Shout out to ATL boy. Now again, I got on this black path because every time I show it, people just try to ignore it. No refutations have ever came of this. Ever in the whole history of YouTube. Have you ever seen anybody just on their page, like popping shit like me and then ain't getting refuted with the information? People just keep on going like, you wrong. No, that's not a refutation. Show why in this source material here that this is wrong. This was Germans doing this in the time period of German Egypt. They didn't say it was a title. They didn't say it meant, divine. I'm doing work to help us see that. But they said it just meant the way they look. I'm not dismantling what they did. I'm just showing us another aspect to it. Can anybody refute this? Please step up. The experts are on the screen. I can show you plenty of experts who agree with me, Vism Elohim. You don't know the experts. I got the experts in my email. Which expert? Well, I only got like 5 of them in correspondence. So what I'm putting on the screen here is from Herman Rank's work, the original book. The reason why we can't understand it is because we don't want to step outside of our monolingualism. Right? We don't want to address the other languages on the screen. So all we see is scribble scrabble. None of this means anything to people trying to refute the blackness of Egypt. But there's actually words on the screen in 3 different languages. Well, you could take that Cairo to still be German. So I would say 2 languages. In the ancient Egyptian, at number 2, we see Ari Kim. That's the transliteration at front we see here. Lets us know how to say it, see it in a Latin script. That's these glyphs right here. Ari Kim. Ari der Schwarzer. If we look to see what he meant, it would say Ari the Black. That's in Cairo. Here in Saqqara, we got Inky Kim. Inky Kim. And that, however you want to do it, Inky Kim. All right? Inky der Schwarzer, the Black. I've done this plenty of times for you, and I've shown people these sources over and over again. They don't get refuted, so I keep using them. Why put down your best weapon? Don't you see all these different names? What about this? And these are for you to source. This is given to you. I'm just giving it to people like, why don't you go peer? How would I peer review Herman Rank's work? This work I'm showing you has been peer reviewed. Do y'all understand that? God, people retarded. Here we got Happy Kim, Happy the Black, Hap the Black, Hap der Schwarzer. That's what that means. I don't know why I didn't highlight this one. I don't know why. I just noticed that right now. I might have to do that right now. No, I can't, so I'll do it later. We got Amen Happy Pakim. Now, this one is the craziest. Because people said ancient Egyptians wasn't black. They didn't call themselves black. But when they see this, they can't say nothing scholastic. They can't say nothing scholastic. I would like to hear a scholastic contention of this. Asar Imhotep and them tried really hard. Shout out to them. They tried. You can't get past this. We got a lot of discrediting scholars to do. But people say the scholars don't agree. They're going to work right there. All right. Maybe you can find the English version. Or maybe you could go to the website. It's digitized. It's that good of a work. It's such a good work that it's been digitized and turned into a website. The book is from in the 50s or 40s, and the website was done recently. Like, I could go right here to persons and names and look, let me show you. This is the P&E. The P&M, I messed that up. Look. Now look. This website is formed off of the work that he did. These are new scholars doing this work now, not changing these definitions. So it's hard to discredit this stuff. All right? It's really, really hard. Ask a new question, somebody. Whenever y'all trying to discredit something new, Zahid the Watch don't know nothing, bro. Like, he be saying hella dumb stuff. For real. We even got him looking hella stupid on one video. But let's keep it going. Because Zahid Hawass don't agree with the scholarship on the screen. But Zahid Hawass be talking social constructs like y'all be talking social constructs. He even said there was dark skin. I ain't talking social constructs. But I'm willing to. I'm definitely willing to, because y'all got no way out of this. So this is a different scholar, Albert Blackman, The Rock Tombs of Mier. There y'all go. Go have fun with this. I done gave it to y'all 100 times. Why it ain't discredited? The Black, Neonk Peppy, the Black, Peppy. Henny the Black, Peppy Young. And Henny the Black, a different Henny the Black. They got more people there. I don't understand the contention to what you see on the screen. Let me make this bigger to show you how they wrote it in the book. Over here, look. Well, here's the thing. There are plenty of people doing wonderful jobs defending the truth of what went down in this area, right? There's plenty of people doing good work. Right? But I'm hoping that I'm bringing to you what my skills can bring to the table. You feel me? Like, I can't do more than I can do. But what I can do is show you what I know and at well-qualified sources. You don't got to say, I said. It's right here in the book. Don't you see? The tomb chapel of Neonk Peppy the Black. They tried everything. I've argued over this for years. You're not about to think of a clever question. I've talked to the wittiest about this. They don't got nothing to say. They lied and said it was a title. But they didn't know the weapons that we had in the scholarship. This is what they didn't know we had when they were saying it was a title. First of all, I hate to have to say I did this and I did that, but don't nobody else say it. Man, I brought all that stuff out. Shout out to, no, I got to say, Brother Reggie and Netta Neb. The one they was getting beat up for the longest. I was out. I was doing something else. Brother Reggie and Netta Ned was bringing the work. But it wasn't all the way finished. See, they was having a debate in the middle of the research. That's how that be happening. Kind of like right now. You feel me? So I'm writing my book Black. Somebody might in the future say I wasn't all the way finished too. But I didn't conclude nothing. I just gave us information to lead us on the proper path of understanding Black symbolism in ancient Egypt. And gave us source material that no one has given us on the subject. Besides the sources that I used. Right here. Man, hold on. Because I went off on this black tangent on dude, because dude was tripping. Now, here go a complete different source. And I pulled this up last night, and they did all kind of fumbling and bumbling, trying to discredit this. Well, the first question they asked, well, hold up, was he dead? Oh, my gosh. So, the person's name was their name while they was walking around. They didn't get no deceased name. Like, I'd be like, come on now, y'all serious? Is that the way you about to try to refute that? So we got Niakau Isis, or Issy. But if you read the Meta-Netra, it's like Issy. Niakau Issy. It's kind of like belonging to the spirit of Issy, the Black Elder. Kim Shemes. If I make these glyphs big, somebody was like, where that's at? Well, I put the primary on there after doing all the digging. And we could even see it on the dang primary. Look. There go his name. There go to Kim. All right. Now, if we go look at the facsimile, what we going to see? Now we see his name might even be different than they told us it. But they say his name is honorifically transposed. I don't really know why they say Ni Kau Isis, but I will take that. But at the top inside of the cartouche, you see what would represent ISSI. You see? Or ISSI, right? ISSI. I just was showing you the letters. But since they the same both directions, I ain't saying you can read it from both directions. You still start from the right here. So we got ISSI, right? Isis. Then we got an N for Ni, or N, Ni. Kau. Kim. Shemes. Or Shemes. Shemes. Yeah, elder. Right? Semes, something like that. We can open up the dictionary. But anyway, what we're looking at is him being called the Black Elder. Now, this black being before the elder is kind of like saying it's part of his name, and he's not just giving a description at the time. This is more of his position. I mean, as a seer or a man with a staff. An elder, right? So he is really Nikau Isis, the black and elder. You know what I'm saying? It's not like the Black Elder, but he's, because you could say it without possibly saying the elder, if basically he wasn't always old, is what I should say. You see what I mean? Or he wasn't always an elder. He still was Nikau Isis Kim. So that's what I'm trying to say. But anyway, I know I took a long ass segue. Now we're going to take a little break and listen to that hard coup. Shout out to my man Dead Perry for them beats. I was listening to some of them beats last night trying to be prolific, but I had to keep writing. Because when I'm writing and I'm rapping, I gotta stop and I gotta stop. Like if I ain't wrote raps in hella long, but if I am writing raps, I would have to stop and think of something clever. When writing scholarship, you don't even gotta do that. I just be like, but all right, we're gonna listen to that hard coof, chill for a minute. Let me see them fire signs up if y'all enjoy that. Then we're gonna get back to that listening we was doing about social constructs and then maybe open up the chat. But I think we've seen enough people calling themselves black already. I can show y'all more if y'all want to. And the question for any Egyptologist is, how I don't, you say, okay, we're not proposing that the group of ancient Egyptians called themselves black, right? But in the case that they did, how would they vocalize that? That's a catch. That question right there kill them. That question kills them. Again, let me show you. And I was thinking about this other. Now I'm just about to get on my literary hype because I had an idea about some quick book I could do like Z York. What I meant was 100 questions to. You remember those 100 questions to ask the Hebrew Israelites? That's what I meant. Everything else, yeah, none of that content was probably, but I'm just saying. Those, I was like, but then I said, nah, that idea weak. Because people are going to see it the same way they seen that other stuff. But that's one of the questions that is a very good question for any of the opponents of the social. Now let's go into social constructs. Even though I did so much work to explain to people what social constructs are, that it's almost unfair that I don't finish playing that audio. It's unfair to myself. But what I'm going to do is, well, I can't even play hardcore before because it's going to disappear. But forget that audio because y'all ain't going to learn anyway. We're going to listen to the hardcore. Be right back. Thanks for all the help and contributions. It's good.
Morodic script in my
Barry
car
in the building.
Roll through with them arches. All cool. That's in my shinu. I'm Bennu giving y'all truth. Iron core from meteorite should be chartreuse. Turbocharged the chariot and almost left Ferrari. The queen like almost Nefertari. Immortalize an image, put a figure in a figurine. Him at Netaret, who them leopard skin kilts, yeah, the clan wear them. And I turn your knee suit to a fan bearer. Have my servants build a new stadium where I'ma slaughter you, surround your tumor line with boot cranium. Remove the organs, we preserve the dead. Mummify them, then carve them a reserve head. And all your internet mans who lied with you, died with you. Sacrifice their life, afterlife with you. Now I'm all in your spot, and I'm calling the shots. While your soul get devoured in the hall of my eye. Can't a night ballin' or not, care if you ballin' or not. I'm still gonna tell you guys, go to Kemet like El Shaddai. You ain't no king, You're like Cambyses the Persian who couldn't draw the Nubian bowstring. Melt the jewels in your crown into a gold ring. Refashion them after smashing.
You got Elohim on your name. You already hate Kemet. Stop front.
Too old, king. If you think it ain't black, then let me just check them. I know the syntax. Every morphine and phoneme. The scholarship top line dog and the flow mean. And my debater make the fraud quit the internet. Sometimes I wonder if I saw to fix this window yet. That's what you call repair, re-end. They heard the king of Mijal was a scary man. And he is though. I'm telling you, you better contain him, man. He's busting arrows at all these Mediterranean ants, killing them. Now we ain't getting no views. Yeah, them flip-flops look like Tutankhamun shoes. And y'all just wiki, thinking I'm enthused. They turned Egyptian temples to churches and still say, I'm enthused. It's crazy. They just wiki, because they lazy. So they can call me pseudo, it don't faze me. The page monetized, so crushing you clowns pays.
Oh, yeah,
dig?
that was a nice little break.
Magi arches. Dead period.
Let me see, recently added. Oh, yeah, it is there.
A social construct pertains to a
ain't no
concept
way
in
back
terms
there.
of identifying distinct historically defined constructs, such as racial
gonna bring
troubling
y'all back to speed-
2020
up to speed.
within racial groups. The social construct of race is a concept that categorizes people into groups based on perceived physical and genetic differences, such as skin color, hair type, and facial features. It's important to note that biologically, there is more genetic diversity within racial groups than between them. Race is not a scientifically valid concept in terms of identifying distinct and separate human populations. Instead, it is a social construct that has been created and perpetuated by societies throughout history. Nyborg, 2019. The concept of race has a complex and often troubling history. It emerged during the era of European colonialism and the transatlantic slave trade, when European powers sought to justify the subjugation and exploitation of certain groups of people. A comprehensive review of the history of the concept of race by Charles Hirschman validates this view. He discussed the historical development of racial classifications and their implications in shaping social hierarchies and societal structures. Hirschman, 2004. Additionally, another study published in the book The Routledge Companion to Race and Ethnicity further supports this perspective, emphasizing the role of the concept of race in shaping historical race relations and global power dynamics. Walton and Caliendo, 2010. The idea of race was used to create hierarchies, with some groups deemed superior and others inferior. Different cultures and societies have historically defined and categorized races in various ways. The criteria for racial classification can differ significantly between regions, illustrating that race is not a universally applicable or objective concept. The boundaries and definitions of racial categories have changed over time. The classification of certain groups as belonging to a specific race can shift based on societal attitudes, political factors, and historical contexts. Like gender, race intersects with other social constructs, such as gender, class, and ethnicity. Individuals may experience different forms of privilege or discrimination based on the combination of these factors. Intersectionality highlights the complexity of identity and the limitations of understanding individuals solely through the lens of race. The concept of race is intertwined with power dynamics and privileges. Societies have historically assigned certain advantages or disadvantages to individuals based on their perceived racial identity. These power dynamics can manifest in areas such as access to resources, educational opportunities, and employment prospects. Racialization is a process through which certain groups are assigned racial identities. This process is dynamic and can be influenced by social, economic, and political factors. Racialization is not an inherent or natural process, but is constructed within specific historical and societal contexts. This process involves assigning racial meanings to particular social practices, groups, or events, often leading to the creation and reinforcement of racial categories and hierarchies. Research supports this view. For instance, an article by Adam Hochman in Ethnic and Racial Studies defends the concept of racialization and emphasizes its social constructivist nature. Hochman, 2018. Another study published in Philosophical Studies discusses how racialization contributes to the development of racial stereotypes, underscoring the role of societal influences in this process. Malin, 2018. The social construct of race can have significant consequences for individuals, influencing their experiences of discrimination, prejudice, and systemic inequalities. Racial stereotypes and biases can affect how individuals are perceived and treated in various social, economic, and legal contexts. Throughout history, individuals and communities have resisted and challenged racial categorizations and discriminatory practices. Social movements, such as the Civil Rights Movement, have sought to dismantle institutional racism and promote equality. Recognizing race as a social construct underscores the arbitrary nature of racial categories and challenges the idea of inherent differences between groups. It encourages a more nuanced understanding of identity, acknowledging the impact of historical and societal factors on the construction and perpetuation of racial classifications. Nationality. Nationality encompasses the concepts of borders, citizenship, and the idea of nations.
It's just too much.
It is a social construct that defines an individual's affiliation with a specific political entity or nation-state. Borders represent the demarcation lines that separate one political entity from another. They are often defined by geographical features, but are fundamentally political constructs that...
Oh yeah, I'm writing my books from the 12-year-old to from the 12-year-old to the 18-year-old level from now on too, because I want to see if I could get something put in the Oakland public school system. You know, I know that ain't hard. I could get certain teachers. I know principals and stuff, but I want to see if I could get it officially a work put into the Oakland public school system. Well, they'll have to have the California Board of Education peer review it. But I ain't even tripping off y'all little nonsense y'all be talking about. I'm talking about the haters, not the supporters.
Denote the limits of a nation-state's jurisdiction. The establishment and modification of borders are influenced by historical events, conflicts, and geopolitical considerations.
Too much twerk for y'all, man. Y'all ain't right. People ain't understanding what they hear. So what we learned is that, money, the value placed on money, that's a social construct. We agree to it. Even the numbers that represent the value of each piece of paper is a social construct. You gonna give me $100 worth of something? We worked that out, right? You know just how much you gonna give if I say that, huh? Because you assessing the value in this construct that we put it. Oh my God, Bubba. You must, sorry, Bubba, but you must just now been your first time coming to my channel. Shout out to you. Because you said you're contradicting yourself. 1 minute you say it's a social construct from Euros. Next minute you say they called themselves black. Oh my God. So yes, it is. Blackness the way we know it today, yeah, that was a social construct invented by the Europeans. But the evidence that I show on the screen is before that social construct was invented. And so we see, as we learn about social constructs, we see what we learn is people first have to start identifying things. Before you can even make such a construct, right? You got to make identifications. And so when it comes to people, they made self-identifications first. Well, I don't want to say first, because you probably identify other things, then made self-realizations and self-identifications. But in self-identifications, completely local and and limited, partially limited to physical appearance, ancient Egyptians called themselves black. And so now we have this conundrum that people don't understand that's outside of the box of anything that a social construct by the Europeans prescribed. Imagine these things temporally and spatially, right? And you carved a box around a time period where Europeans made a social construct. Ancient Egyptians calling themselves black would fall outside of that box. So shout out to you. I never seen you in the chat, Bubba, but you're welcome to express your contentions. It's all good. But yeah, that's outside of that box. So and my argument is that they call themselves black based on other reasons, but we do see the development as we learn what social constructs is and what self-identification is, which I'm working on right now. Because, it's all one big thing. And these things intersect and they build what we know as cultures. So we got like customs. We could go down into the elementary nature of the everyday customs of man. that would turn into rituals. Some just are customs formed by the way men chose to, use their environment, right? But observations, in order to classify things, became a custom. I mean, that was a custom early on before this. I guess is how language developed. And saying that people would fall outside of this custom, even though it wasn't. Here comes the conundrum. Because just like I explained, money's a social construct. Gender is not a social construct, but gender roles are. What the man supposed to do in one country is different from what a man supposed to do in another country. Inherently, they're the same, like all animals take a certain position by gender, right? But we describe roles to this. And we say, no, a man ain't supposed to dress up like a woman and go wrestle. I mean, I'm not saying that I like that social construct. And so social constructs ain't bad, right? We create them to understand our reality. Let's learn more, though.
Wars, treaties, and negotiations have played crucial roles in shaping the boundaries of nations. Citizenship is a legal status that confers a set of rights, responsibilities, and privileges on individuals within a specific nation-state.
So this is where you get them. I'm going to stop this right here.
It denotes membership in a political...
Because worse than everything, anyone can literally see that Egyptians is a social construct. Everything, if we peace off and we call ourselves a unit by the members of whoever just peaced off with us, that was just a social construct. So saying black is a social construct, they was just Egyptians, won't stand up to a real critical analysis of what social constructs are. It's nonsense. So you're telling me Egyptians is natural and inherent to just the earth? Or did somebody say, see, this is how we learn it? Because the borders get defined, right? Once the borders are defined, the people within the borders got some type of unity. And that unity is represented by whatever, I don't want to say ethnonym, but whatever name they use. Yeah, and let's keep it clear. Gender roles even switch in American households. Some dudes stay at home and watch the kids and cook and stuff. So we understand those are social constructs that switch up. So then the argument that blackness is a social construct, it starts to get dismantled. Because the social construct that we understand, the one that y'all say was created, that we all know was created by the Europeans. I actually got good source on that. I think it was Libin who put this stuff forward, but I'm still just working. But that social construct would not negate another ancient social construct being made involving physical appearance that existed in a separated time period. That don't negate that can happen. Just like right now, when we say black, we don't be meaning what the Europeans meant when they tried to make everybody negative, bad, and pale. We take some of the same terms they used to describe these things and change them in a way where it's changed. So, again, let's learn more about these social constructs. I'm going to open up the chat in a minute. I think I'm getting some stream endurance back because I was getting writing fatigue. When I go into a trance, I start working too hard, man. But I think the power of manifestation is in a bit of that trance that you go into. I know y'all know what I'm talking about. All up, people hear me right now on Facebook, man. I'm out here joking. I'm gonna let y'all hear this.
Community and is often acquired through birth, naturalization, or descent. Citizenship involves more than just legal recognition. It implies active participation in the civic life of a nation. Citizens may have the right to vote, run for public office, and contribute to the decision-making processes of their society. Nations are often defined by a shared sense of identity, which may include cultural, linguistic, historical, and ethnic elements. The concept of a nation goes beyond mere political boundaries and encompasses a collective consciousness. Nationalism is an ideology that emphasizes the importance of a shared national identity. It can manifest in various forms, ranging from civic nationalism, which focuses on shared values and institutions, to ethnic nationalism, which emphasizes common ancestry and heritage. Globalization has challenged traditional notions of borders as economic, cultural, and technological exchanges transcend national boundaries. Issues such as migration, trade, and environmental concerns often require international cooperation. With increased mobility and interconnectedness, individuals may develop dual or transnational identities. They may feel a sense of belonging to more than one nation, or may identify with a global community beyond national borders. Not everyone falls neatly into the categories of recognized citizenship and nationality. Stateless individuals lack legal recognition and protection by any state, often facing significant challenges in terms of accessing basic rights and services. In some cases, individuals or groups may face challenges in obtaining or maintaining citizenship due to historical, political, or discriminatory reasons. Citizenship struggles can be a source of social and political tension. Migration can influence national identity by introducing cultural diversity and challenging homogeneous narratives. Immigrants may contribute to the evolution of a nation's identity and may grapple with questions of assimilation and integration. Diasporic communities often maintain strong ties to their cultural and national origins, contributing to a complex and fluid understanding of national identity. Understanding nationality involves recognizing the dynamic and evolving nature of borders, citizenship, and the idea of nations. It requires consideration of historical, political, cultural, and legal factors that shape the concept of belonging to a particular political entity. Money. Money is a classic example of a social construct, as its value and significance are not inherent in the physical objects or symbols that represent it, but are instead determined by societal agreement. Money itself typically has little to no intrinsic value.
2 more minutes.
For example, paper bills are just pieces of printed material, and coins are metal discs. In the case of digital currencies, it's purely electronic information. The value of money is not derived from the material it's made of, but rather from the trust and confidence that people place in it as a medium of exchange. The crucial aspect is that society collectively agrees to use a specific item or symbol as a representation of value. This agreement facilitates economic transactions and simplifies the process of buying and selling. Different societies and cultures have used various forms of money throughout history, including shells, beads, salt, and precious metals. These forms have changed over time, reflecting the evolving needs and values of societies. The transition from commodity money, money with intrinsic value like gold or silver, to fiat money, money without intrinsic value like most modern currencies, demonstrates the social construction of monetary systems. Many modern currencies are fiat money, meaning they are not backed by a physical commodity, but are declared legal tender by a government. The value of fiat money is essentially a social agreement reinforced by the authority of the issuing government.
Eventually, it's going to be what it's going to be. I'm taking that Magi book, putting it into an audio book. It's going to be what it's going to be. So I guess we're seeing enough people calling themselves black. Let me see if I can open up the Zoom. If anybody wants to see any sources, feel free. It's good. Let me see. Invite. Somebody could come, come do y'all things. See, hold on. If y'all willing to. Hit the link. Let me see. Shout out for the Cash Apps too. I forgot to say that. I see y'all though. I see y'all, and shout out to all the, I don't know if I seen anything else, but I appreciate it. Let me go to YouTube real quick. And if y'all ready to hear some arguments and debates,
We're using way too many platforms.
Man, they be doing me like that. There we go. Bubba, have you ever asked a European person, was they ashamed of Greece when they study Egypt? Or have you ever asked an Islamic person, are they ashamed of Saudi Arabia when they took over Egypt and called it a part of the Islamic State? But when you talk to some black people, you want to talk about West Africa. It's funny how West Africa come up in the conversation about Egypt so much, but y'all the ones who deny the connection between West Africa and Egypt. See how that's funny? Then when we talk about that, y'all don't want to go. There you go, Jack. There you go, Jack. Jackson said, give us 10 West African facts. He about to go get on ChatGPT. Shout out for the Cash Apps. I heard it going off. Come on, I'm going to sit it next to the mic so everybody can hear it go. Oh, hold on. Somebody just did something incredible. Hold on. Oh, yeah, y'all getting it in for these Cash Apps. Shout out to y'all. Y'all know who y'all is. Yeah. All right, let me see. I appreciate the support. I'm just sending my thank yous. Send them good thank yous. All right. Oh, what are we looking at? Oh, did I share the link yet? Yeah, I shared the link. Hit the link, somebody. Let's get it popping. If not, it's gonna be half hip hop, half hip hop, half knowledge. And it, oh man, another cash out? Oh, y'all doing it live. Hold on. Oh yeah, shout out to you, man. I appreciate you. Let me send my thanks. Yep, that make me want to keep streaming because I get support from the people. You know why? I think y'all tired of hearing these people out here disseminating this information and ain't really even. Ain't really even teaching you nothing. They don't give you no place where you can say, look, it actually say this here. They just give you opinion. But I ain't mad. Let everybody do their thing. I don't want animosity in my heart. You know what I'm saying? And stuff like that. That stuff is like leads to decay and stuff. No animosity. But y'all get the link. If not, I'm gonna play the slapper. Oh, there you go, Kimchi. Admit. Shout out to Kimchi. What up? Peace in the Middle East.
What's good, Smash?
Nothing, just chilling, working hard. What's up with you?
Same over here. I was just watching the I don't know if that was a weigh-in that you had on Soneta's channel, but it just seemed like the same thing I told you last time. Like I don't really get what their argument is. I really don't get it.
Yeah. It definitely wasn't a weigh-in. That was my first time actually speaking with Bobby since the WoW, and we just was talking about the topic. Shout out for the Cash Apps. Man, I see y'all. Come on, I'm gonna keep, man. But what you say right there? My bad.
No, I was just saying that like it's almost as if they were going backwards to like Kim not meaning black.
Yeah, they could try that stance. The best work they're gonna get with that is gonna be from Asar Imhotep and Ujahu. And I got that work sitting right here on my bookshelf. And I was one of the first people to buy it. and it was not convincing. The argument was not convincing. I
Yeah,
showed
the
you.
grammar is
Yeah.
trash.
Well, not nah. They got some good grammar, but they got bad ideology. You know what I'm saying? Like, and so they trying to force something, and they think that they can. You know, they turning this padlock left and right, and they think they gonna crack the code, and they just off basically. Well, they were off.
Yeah. And I think that they must hate, Cambone's work because he looks at African languages across the continent and he finds blackness associated with fertility and completeness. So even if they want to use that line, like in the extant languages that exist today, that wouldn't even work.
Yeah, well, he's kind of dismantling the argument from the gate again by saying blackness and completeness being one thing, and there's a lot of analogy we can see in that as well. I could have wrote a whole segment on that. uh I mean, actually, I'm looking for content to write on. You know what I'm saying? I got a bug. I'm
Yeah.
looking for content to write on. So that's something right there. I used to do. I don't know if you ever read my articles or whatever, but I used to try to touch on stuff like that more often. But I'm gonna start
Yeah,
back.
I read one of your it was like WordPress,
Yeah,
I think. Yeah, I think I read one of your articles going back and forth with Asar back
yeah.
in the day when you used to say that like Hebrew and Yoruba were cognate with each other or something like
He was
that.
saying Bantu was closely related more to ancient Egyptian than Coptic.
Yeah, that's crazy. And the thing about Asar, like I got to give Asar credit for being like a creative writer. I'll say that he's a creative writer, but like he's never passed a peer review for a linguistic journal. He could pass a peer review for Africana studies. He could even pass a peer review for history. But in terms of like a strictly linguistic journal, he can't get past that. It's impossible.
Yeah. Well, I'm learning how right now. I learned a lot by sending my work to some people. Like, I'm not saying that I could either, so that's what I'm saying. And it's not about all of the, I mean, you make the claim, you got to source it. We got that down pat. But a lot of being outside of academia, you don't actually really know the process, and you don't know what people expect from you. You kind of be like people walking up on me talking about, yo, I got to listen to my album. I mean, they want a peer review too, right? But that ain't really
Yeah,
the process. You know what I'm saying? Because if that was the process, then everybody who does music would just be getting stopped all the time, and you know what I'm saying? And so I had to
yeah,
learn that too, what the right routes were. And I don't know those routes I mean, it's not hard to learn, but like I said at first, this is something one of my, I'm writing as an enthusiast and someone who could hopefully inspire the scholars who are qualified, and I have humble contributions. I'll be popping my stuff when we on the battlefield, but in all reality, I want people to know that it's more to everything. Guess I wouldn't be finding this. You know what I'm saying? And so eventually, someone might find something that falsifies my stance. But as we stand, I'm standing on the work of these scholars, and I don't think that.
something like I think if you try to submit your work to a linguistic journal on the continent or even in Europe, you know, your work on blackness, like the attestations, I think they would accept it because it's not like you're dealing with like historical cognates or whatnot, but you're more so dealing with the vocabulary items. So I think you should try it if you haven't thought about it yet.
Well, I definitely have thought about it, and I am going to do it. I sent it to some scholars to just get their opinion, and I ain't got no response. I understand busy schedules and stuff, but I'm gonna wait. And I have gotten from Dr. Reggie, but I've actually sent. I mean, from Brother Reggie, but I actually sent to some official PhDs who I've been
He a doctor.
dialoguing with. And
He a doctor compared to these dudes that be trying to refute
hold on
this.
one second. Let me take this call.
Yeah, these dudes is terrible. But yeah, it's difficult to write a scientific journal or paper or any of that, which is why I straight up from the door when I release my book, it's not a scientific paper. It's a paper that you can go prove science with if you go research the claims, but it's not a scientific paper at all because the 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 painstaking information you have to put into something uh, concerning saying, oh, this is this, this is that, this is that. You have to say it in a certain way, do it in a certain way. Then those ways change. And it's too much to try. And really, they get mad because you're not a part of academia as far as uh, your certification. Who are you? So if you don't have a certification, they'll say this. They might pull your quote, but they'll say, from a whimsical paper I read, so they treat you like that just because you don't have the credentials in the field. So just going to get a certificate, like I got mine from the School of Manchester. You might still go to Manchester. I wrote a paper for Manchester that they used that Shaka used it. They used it in his in his class. I'm like, okay, did they put my name at the end of the? He's like, yeah, I see it. I was like, all right, cool. So it's difficult to write those types of papers. I don't suggest it. I'm driving though. I just wanted to say, quit claiming West Africa if you ain't even been over to West Africa. Y'all disrespect my brothers over in Senegal. Y'all disrespect the Congo. I just talked there to the Nganga. He said, knock it off. Knock it off. Or he going put something on it. All right, y'all, I'm out.
Yeah, I was thinking that, Fetty Kalunga in the chat was Corey, but I may be wrong about that. But he was using some of the same arguments that Corey was using. So like a lot of these dudes that I noticed, like they use Wikipedia. Like, I mean, I know when he was talking about the Tikar, he just went up on Wikipedia and was like, oh, look, it says that they're Sudanic savanna dwellers, without knowing, like, if you're in academia, you have to use other sources other than English. You can't just rely on the English sources. You actually have to speak the language and talk to the local people on the ground, do a basic survey to kind of get their genealogy and get their perspective, and then see if you could corroborate that with other pieces of data. And that's not only for like Bamilekes or Tikars, that's also for the Wolof in Senegal, the Soninke in Mali, in Mauritania, right? Most of these African groups in West and Central Africa literally say that they're not the original people in that region. And they actually talk about wars that they had with the locals when they arrived in the land. And that's kind of why some people try to say that tribalism in Africa is universal, because there's a long legacy of conflict between these so-called pygmy hunter-gatherers and like modern agriculturalists and pastoralists all over the continent, right? So there's a lot of dynamics in African history, and many of the information that some of our scholars were saying 50 years ago is being corroborated today by genetic and archaeological data. So there's way so many levels to this game that, it's way past the average random wikier. And I already know the chat's lit. I think yeah. Yeah, mhm.
I see somebody fell off.
Yeah, I was a Saram Ka.
Oh, he said he
That
had
was
to go. So what was y'all just building on? I just had to take a call. My bad.
I was just saying that, like, if you look at like West Africa today, and the fact that some scholars try to say that tribalism is universal on the African continent, whether you agree with that or not, but there's a long-standing conflict between so-called pygmy hunter-gatherers and modern West African agriculturalists and pastoral populations. So like what Diop was building like 50 years ago when he was articulating that modern West Africans and ancient West Africans are two distinct populations, both chronologically, linguistically, genetically, archaeologically. Now, like modern scholars today, like Skoglund and Kevin McDonald and Cerny from Croatia, are getting credit for something that our scholars were talking about decades ago. And it's like the wikiers who, they get all of their updates from Wikipedia. They're way like off track because they're not building on the African-centered methodologies that were established in the field decades ago. So they're always behind the eight ball, and they always get caught up in like the games that, some of these other Western scholars play in academia.
Huh. What book was that? Was it the Handbook of Ancient Egypt? The encyclopedia with the source about Blackness?
Yeah, the Oxford Encyclopedia of Ancient Egypt with Dr. Stuart Tyson Smith, who's a conservative, but he said based upon modern American standards, the ancient Egyptians,
I want to put
it's
that on the
reasonable
screen
to be black.
because I mean the debate is already over. There's nothing to really happen.
Yeah.
How you gonna? What I mean, and this is a real debate. You don't come with no, I'm gonna hide my sources, and so I'm about to pull this work up. I'm gonna show y'all what you would have to deal with in this type of a discourse. And so, Donald B. Redford, but that part was written by Stuart Tyson. Do you know what page that was or not?
28,
Oh,
28, and I believe it's volume 3, if I'm not mistaken.
All right. I appreciate that. So a multi-edition volume. Let me see. I mean, wow.
If I had it in the,
I'm just looking that up because I was actually trying to source that because I wanted to talk about it and some I'm writing right now.
Yeah, Oxford Encyclopedia of Ancient Egypt, page 28.
All right.
Have you found it?
You got it? You can share your
Yeah,
screen?
I can share my screen
see.
real quick.
Go right ahead. Thank you.
You see here. Share. Let's say document.
It's by Donald B. Redford, but that section is by Stuart Tyson Smith?
That quote is by Stuart.
Because I see Oxford History, no, the encyclopedia, you said.
Okay, you're seeing this?
Yeah.
I don't know if I have
encyclopedia. Okay, I see.
Oh, okay, so I gotta like scroll through it. Let me get to page 28, where it's at. And there's a part in there like, if they're sneaky, they could try to get some off of this, but
no, I understand that. I mean, I know Stuart Tyson Smith's argument.
Yeah. So where is it at? Okay, so it's at the very, very bottom. Like you see that, like the physical race of ancient Egyptians depends on modern cultural definitions and not science.
Man, please.
But it's like, honestly, it's like the bias of that is that any type of identity with blackness or any type of identity with Africanity would sometime or somehow lead to a slippery slope of being a Nuwapian. And to me, like that doesn't make any sense. Like that's super unreasonable.
So
to suggest that.
Was that volume 3?
I think, let me see.
I'm still having a hard time finding it. I'll find it, but
yeah, this is volume 3. This is volume 3, published in 2001 by Oxford University Press.
PDF.
And they even got Zawi Hawass as the advisor of this text. That's crazy.
I know he was hella mad.
Yeah.
I know he was hella mad. He was like, man, take out page 28.
And even on this note, when they're talking about climes, when you're talking about the continuity between the ancient and modern Egyptian population, Shamarka Keita even said that to the south, right, Tasteti is where the Klein is more African, and the north is where the Klein is more Levantine. And cosmopolitan northern Egypt is not representative of the ancients. So if you try to play that continuity game, you have to be rooted in the south. You can't use the continuity argument from ancient to modern and use northern Egypt.
Oh, here you go. Found it. Damn, that took me hella long to find that. But my best source is archive.org.
Archive?
Yeah, I mean, I got some, I mean, for old books. What you think?
I use it from time to time. I mean, there's been a lot of like different, PDF libraries that have been taken down. So like, if I'm not there, usually I go to like a university library. Like I'm in Berkeley a lot. I used to go to Stanford, just to get some of their text.
You know where I used to be?
Where?
Is it Gardner, Maine, or whatever Berkeley's library is called?
Main Stacks.
Stacks. Oh man, I used to be in Gardner, Maine Stacks. I used to be like, is they talking about Alan Gardner? I always wondered that. And I used to be in the basement of that, bro. Like I'm talking about. Yeah, I mean,
I was there like a month ago.
Oh, for real, in the basement?
Yeah,
I mean, yeah,
yeah,
you
I
know,
get a lot of the
downstairs
text
or
there.
whatever. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, you gotta take an elevator down there to get all the rare books.
Man, they got bombs in there. I mean, almost
So
everything.
many.
Yeah, they just bought everything. Like in all the German books, I was like, okay,
Yep.
I'll just take photos of them and then use this app that was a translator, right? And it would just take
Mm-hmm.
the words and it would overlay the English on top of the it.
Mm.
Yeah, and so I'm
Yeah, I
just
can read a little bit of German, but I can't get into like the full like scientific diatribe, just like basic sentences and statements.
well, I think if I was going to go through with that course at the University of Manchester, I was going to have to learn some German. But I don't know.
Yeah,
But I think as a part of being an Egyptologist, you have
you
to
have to.
learn some German.
You have to.
So maybe I'm on. Is this the right page you saying?
Uh,
Nope.
it looks different. That's
Oh,
28.
21. You said 21. It just said 28. Yeah, my bad. Here you go.
Yeah.
All right, there you go. So I want to make this so people. I mean, you know. Yeah, this is it. Okay. People do what you do. This is one page shot.
Yeah, it's got multiple on there. It's like at the very bottom part
I'm gonna save this
of the
page.
page.
Save image as. I love doing that. Then it put the whole source right in the title on what.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, if you get it from Oxford Encyclopedia. So if you just save a page, you ain't got to type where you. I guess I need to switch subjects, huh? Because now you won already. Even the opponents be like, you won already, but they be saying it in a different way. But yeah, if you won already, then why you gonna keep it up? All right, cool.
It's like, where's the
I'm
debate?
beating a dead dog at this point.
It's like there's no debate.
Here
And
Chef.
Stuart Tyson Smith didn't even know about Kemu or any of that stuff.
Now when Chef come, he be normally shout out to Chef. Chef don't normally click the link till he think he got something. But it take him like 2 or 3
Wait,
minutes.
Chef is here?
Yeah.
Oh shoot. Hey, what's up?
It take him like 2 or 3
What's
minutes
up?
before he realized he was tripping. What's up with
There
Chef?
you go.
No.
I was
Is that
watching
my audio playing?
I think your audio messed up. I don't hear. Yeah, that is your audio playing. We don't hear it though.
Yeah, I don't hear
sound
it.
cool over here.
Oh, okay. Let me cut my YouTube off. What's up with y'all though?
Nothing. I was
Just
watching y'all
chilling.
last night. Was that last night? Yeah.
What happened?
I was watching y'all last night, but then I got obsessed with writing, so I stopped.
Oh yeah. We was on there. Reggie jumped on.
I didn't see that
You
part.
know we. Oh yeah, Reggie jumped on, and we had a dialogue about the chem. Glyph, but no, that wasn't the important. The important part was when y'all was on Sinetta, right? So when y'all was on Sinetta, right? I've been having an issue. I'm trying to figure out do y'all really have, as far as you and do y'all really have something to debate about, or is y'all just debating or just squaring off over how to classify the Egyptians? You dig what I'm saying?
Well,
because it sounds like he's playing a game with, you can call them African, but you can't call them black.
Yeah, that's a social
and y'all
construct as well.
basically, right,
Africa
but
is a
y'all
social
basically
construct.
talking about the same population of people.
Exactly.
So if y'all basically talking about the same population of people, y'all really saying, you know, y'all really just disagreeing over whether you can use the word black or not.
Well, he's disagreeing with the
debate.
Oxford Encyclopedia of Ancient Egypt.
What you mean?
He's disagreeing with the Oxford Encyclopedia of Ancient Egypt. So can you see the screen?
Yeah.
It says, thus, by modern American standards, it's reasonable to characterize the Egyptians as black. So he said, even if you want to use your social construct, you're going to say they was black, while acknowledging the scientific evidence for the physical diversity of Africans. Not saying that they was all jet black is what he mean. So why would...
Yeah, but he said you can't call them black, though.
But, I mean, the book just say...
It says you can characterize.
Oh, my God. Are y'all serious?
Wow, bro. What's the
that's how
difference?
petty... but that's how petty y'all argument it really is.
No,
I don't really
no,
feel like it's
that's
a
not
full
true.
argument.
You just did that right now.
It's not. So
You
let me
just injected
explain.
that into here. Peace to Reggie. How you doing?
What's up,
I'm
Reggie?
doing fine. Peace, brother Smash, and peace, Camdy Burst, and peace, Chef. Okay, so Chef,
What up, Reggie?
how you
Go
doing?
ahead.
So in
What up,
YouTube world, right? You're confusing YouTube world with scholarship world. So when you write a paper, all you have to do is reference the Oxford Encyclopedia of Ancient Egypt, right? All you have to do is reference Tyson Stewart, right? Smith. All you have to do is reference them, and then you make your point. So once you do that, then if you're actually writing to scholars or you're making a point, once you quote that, then that gives you the license. The people who are against it must do the same, right? So in YouTube world, where people can barely speak English and definitely can't write it, right? Then the rules change. But in the real world, if I was to present this argument to my professor or to write something, all I need to do is quote that, right? That gives me the basis for saying that. Second of all, so that's that. So in YouTube world, we could play semantic games with people who haven't went to college. I'm not playing semantic games with people who haven't went to college. I'm tested. I have a degree. I have an honors award in Black Studies, right? I'm not playing those type of games. I'm not diminishing my credentials based on something else, especially when I have something, this article that Camdyverse gave us, because Camdyverse gave us the source. All I need to do is reference that. Smash, on your book, if you wanted peer review, the first step you're going to have to do, I think Camdyverse might have mentioned it because I heard him on and he knows about the process, is that when you get your book, you are going to have to start giving your book to libraries, right? So you give your book to libraries. The libraries will catalog it. Then it will be in WorldCat, right? Once it's in WorldCat, that allows people to cite or review your book. If it's not in WorldCat, most likely it's not. It didn't even go through the first leg. So you have to take your book and send it to research libraries, and it'll take some time for them to catalog unless you know a librarian. But once it's cataloged in WorldCat, then someone could actually cite it, right? The other way, of course, is if a professor is going to do it for their publication, meaning if they needed your work for their publication, they will cite it, right? If they needed it for your work, but they may cite the original source and not you. The other way is, of course, is to get a professor who you're willing to pay to review your book. That's the paid reviews. So, but you can't do anything unless you give Asar and all of them, none of their Amazon books are in WorldCat. None of their books are in libraries. My paper, my journal article is in libraries, right? My journal article has been cited because one, it's in a journal, and two, because it's in the journal, and then the paid how can I say the databases, it's in the database EBSCO, right? But until so it's easy. Just get your book in a bunch of libraries. Once it comes up in WorldCat, then they can cite it from WorldCat. It will give you a how can I say, it will give you the Chicago, the ABA formats. It will put it in that, right? And that helps other people pick it up, right? The reviewing, you do have to understand that your information is new. It's not really controversial, but it's been in the marketplace for a while. Institutions are just adjusting to making this information to the public. So a lot of professors, you may say some things that some professors may not be, how can I say, feel that it's safe to say, right? So unless it's unless you get someone to pay to review it, then it's peer reviewed, right? So I would send it around to a bunch of libraries and see if you can talk to the librarians and see if you can get it fast tracked to be on WorldCat. Okay?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yeah, thank you for the information. I'm taking note right now.
None of these Amazon books, all of these books, someone's not going to buy your book if they don't know about it. The way it's properly done is you certainly have to send it to the Library of Congress yourself, right? So you should send your book to the Library of Congress so that it has it's in their system, and then you have to send it to librarians and ask them to publish it on WorldCat. And then once it's on WorldCat, then it's a citable object. If it's in Amazon, it's not really a citable object. You understand?
Yeah.
Right. So libraries push it to WorldCat. So if you can list the libraries that it's in, because these people who are shilling these fake books, they don't want the public to read it without pay. But that's not how the process works. It's a public good. If it's a public good, then you send it to a library, and you send a bunch of copies to libraries so that they have 1 or 2 copies. So that's a added. It's not even an expense for you, right? It's just a duty that you have to do. So if someone is looking in a catalog of a library and Osiris comes up, your book may be one of the books that they will pull up. If they use it as a scholar, then they will cite your book. And most books are cited because they're in libraries, right? Camdiverse, am I wrong?
That's a fact.
So that's the error that a lot of people make. You send it to university so you send it to all of
Chad, somebody named Chad Freeman had hit the link and I wasn't looking. Now you just left. If you want to hit the link back again, come back. My bad. But go ahead, Reggie.
Yeah, so you send it to all the libraries that you know of. Stanford, you send it to your local public libraries, right? And you try to get as many libraries as you possibly can, right? You send it to the Met, you send it to Penn State, right? They may not carry it, they may not put it on the shelf, but some will. So it's kind of a numbers game. But once it's in the system, then what happens is when they look for this title of Osiris, your book will come up, right? So you have a better chance now of actually getting a review, right? So that's all I want to say about that. See, I'm already in libraries, so my article is available because it's a public good, right? So if you want it to be a public good or you want it to be a hustle, you have to. I think it's an easy decision for you because this is not a hustle for you. This is real work. So you would have to take the process that these hustlers don't do. I'm not sending nobody. They got to pay for my book. That's not how it works. It has to be in the Library of Congress, and it has to be in libraries. Got it?
Mm-hmm. Yep, I got you. People making offers on my coach, and I'm just looking at them right now. Shit. All right.
I have a question.
What's up with it?
Peace to the panel.
I'm peace to you. I gotta make a run, but hold me down for a minute, Reggie.
Okay, I don't have any. I got controls.
I'm about to give them to you. Hold on.
I'm on my phone, so I don't know.
Well, then I'm just about to run out the room for a minute and come back. But go ahead, that good guy. Hold on.
I was watching. Peace. I was watching the special that they had about King Tut treasures. It was 2 things that brought my attention. They then he changed his name to Amenra. From Amun-Ra.
That doesn't matter because we don't know how to speak Meta Nature, so it doesn't matter.
No,
It could be
no. What my main question is that when they was doing the worshiping of the three idols, wasn't it Mut, Kasum, and Men, or I forgot his other name.
okay. Okay, so
My question is, it wasn't Aset, Horus, and
right.
Asar.
Well, they
It
have
wasn't.
different. They have several trilogies. So there's more than about 10 trilogies. There's Kansu, a trilogy with Kansu. There's with a trilogy of Kanun. There's a Horus a child, right? So it's so all we know is a Saw set uh, um, and Herod. There are trilogies with Neith, right? So all of these female gods, Hador, Hawad Hor, so they all
Do
have.
you understand my question though, Reggie? My question is, they didn't use what have they used at what's excuse me, what term would they have used? Would they have used MUT for mut at that time? Because well, that's my question.
Okay. Well, I did understand your question. I don't know if you understood my answer, right? So there are different cult practices even under one particular king, right? So you would have to tell me which trilogy. Like they could use Hawat Hor or they could use Mut, right? Or so you would have to tell me, and then I can you have to understand Tut Ankh-Amun. He was first he was Tut Ankh-Aten, right? And then he was renamed as Tut Ankh-Amun. So you would have to tell me what you would have to give us the source. You have to read to me what actually was said for me to give you a better answer, right? I don't live and dream ancient Egypt. I study it. So the good
I
guy,
got you. I got you.
right?
I got you.
You have to tell me the reference because see, there's different priestships even within a kingship, right? And that's why the king has 5 names, right? To represent different cults. He has a personal name, and then he has kind of regional names, right? So you would have to tell me if it says Mut, like if you read the Book of the Dead by Annie, you would see Mut in it, you would see Hawat Hor in it. So what they're doing is they're making everybody happy, all the cult centers happy for some for internal unity, that there's some type of consensus between the cults.
Okay, I understand.
Right. So I wouldn't get you would just have to help me and read me exactly what it says. If you could do that, that would be more helpful.
Man, your work, Reggie, people try to sleep on it, but it's been instrumental, at least to me, in understanding all the stuff about the ancient Egyptians, particularly the stuff you presented about the cattle culture. Whoever gonna have to pick up on this and do a dissertation, maybe I should give it to Shayla Monroe, because she gonna dig this. You feel me?
Well, she her thing is Nubian culture, so she doesn't really care too much about ancient Egyptian culture,
Oh no, that's
right?
not necessarily true. But go ahead.
No,
She's just
she's a Nubiologist.
No, I mean really, she's just an archaeologist. That's what her qualification is. But she does it in Nubia. I hear what you're saying.
Okay, so what she does, and which we agree on, is that she looks at Africa from the tribal, from its primal roots, from the tribal, right? So she looks at cult activities. That's why she's looking at the types of burials, and she's able to say what type of cows or type of ukari that they are using, whether they're using rams, right? or they're using bulls, right? So what she does, and what we are starting to do, is we're actually looking at the tribal. So people have made Egypt as these super people, but they were just Africans. They were simply in the basis moving from herders and gatherers, and so we have early African people trying to understand symbolic relationships between themselves, their cattle, right, and their rams and their gods. And so they built these anthropomorphic type of symbols. So um, I, I wrote my paper so that people can try to understand this type of a relationship, which I call syncretism, how it changed from really early Nubia. These are early. These come from the other regions that we're talking about, but then in Egypt, it has its own particular changes. So so I'm so happy that you read it, and I'm so happy that you put it in your book, because that's why people write stuff, and certainly
Oh, I got a
I
whole big quote from you in there. You gotta see it. I sourced you, but I said I put like almost a page of what you were saying in there from different sections. But instead of just rewriting it, I was like, nah, get Reggie his due right here. You know how sometimes you read a book and they put like a paragraph from where they got it from, not just a little quote. Yeah,
right, it did, but it probably applied to several of the different things because we was doing the same work. So I wrote that article out of the debate that we were having with Asar and Ujawu, right? And so I did the same thing that you're doing. It's just that I didn't want to write a book. I found one of my professor friends. She recommended for me to put it in the journal, right? And so that's how that happened. But I think it builds syncretism is the type of words that we are using to understand the changes in cult practices. And so the bull, the African identified themselves with the bull and the cow, right? And then the colors of the bulls and the cows, because it made sense in that culture. There was the red for the Deseret, right? Which you showed that thing, that piece from Amen Riddish, right? The queen from the Ramses
I got
temple
another good one. Go ahead.
that a saw try to mess up and try to say that those four cows meant directions. He just pulled that out, huh? Right?
I say you hella funny.
Right. But the Red Bulls, as you know, were the slaughter bulls. Right?
This is a good one. We gotta read this one. Can y'all see that? Wait, what y'all see right now?
Hello?
Can y'all see that?
I'm looking at my phone right now. Yes.
This is a really good one. It got various hues of different people coming from the south and the north. It's in the tomb of Rekmira.
Yeah, Rekmira. He's a vizier. Yes.
Yeah, and I use this to show people some stuff that just beat the brakes off of their dumb color-based nonsense. Watch this. If I could, hold on, let me make this snip real quick. I highlight this section in my book. Let me see.
On my computer screen. Sorry.
Let me see if I can make it bigger. Suntan in the building. Is y'all seeing, what are y'all seeing? The snip, or y'all still seeing the big version?
We're seeing the big version.
All right, let me redo it. And then they're gonna make up all kind of excuses besides what's really going on here. Now let's note from the residue.
Wow.
The piece yeah, they dead already, huh?
They dead, huh? Right.
Yeah, but here go the craziest part about all of this. And I can try to zoom in more so people can see, but I can see on my monitor that please, somebody got to turn off they, because I can hear how nasal I sound and it's killing me.
They dead, huh?
Who can't turn that off, man? Hold on. Oh, shout out to y'all. All right, look.
I'm sorry, I got to turn off my phone.
Oh, that wasn't you. That was somebody else. Now, on this photograph here, we see this is all Nubians. Some of them is lighter than the brown hue we actually see, but these dudes who actually look the lightest really had the dark black hue that we know to traditionally be known for the Nubians. But whatever paint they used, I don't want to say paint, whatever, I guess paint they used wasn't as, it didn't last as long, basically. But what we can look at you can just look and clearly see and compare what was on his arms to what's on his hair of these individuals who look like they're the lighter skin where they actually have black on them. I can't say that about this first one, but we can all see that about this individual right here. But what's the funniest part is this breaks down the notion that they use this dark coal black color to represent Nubians. I'm like, where y'all get that from? That was one group of Nubians who were considered Nilotic. And so if we look on, what I mean is one group of Nubians who was above Kush and below Egypt. So they will, if you go into anthropology, they be called Nilotic Negroes. They're some of the darkest people that we see besides some, people say, no, it's darker, but I'm not doing that. I'm saying that dark hue that the ancient Egyptians would have encountered in that regard. Like, I'm black, but even when I see them, I'll be like, damn, they black. You see what I'm saying? And so I think that will be represented by this person. But what we have here, the brother with they went out of their way to make sure that he wasn't as dark as this person. He's also represented as a Nubian here. And so when we look at the big picture, let's see if the way I share it got to be better. Hold on. Got to share the entire screen. When we look at the big picture, I could go and get into some of these people, and you're going to be like, them ain't Nubians. You feel what I'm saying? And so the darkest people on here, now this is a text we got to read, Reggie, because I don't believe what they're telling me, but I do. That Theory Bender does really good work. But I don't like just lying on secondary sources. And I haven't read this Metal Nature. So I want to be able to take a small section of this top column. And I want us to notice the people giving the gifts and the people receiving the gifts. Now, if we look over here, they got darker hue than everybody. The people over here receiving the stuff. And so I'm like, hold on, how can people look at something like this and act like there was some type of color divisions? Let me know if y'all seeing the newest snip that I just snipped. Are y'all seeing this? They're holding the triangle type things? Okay, cool. Well, if I could get my little bar at the bottom. Well, the article by Theory Bittenbender says that these are punties, people from Punt.
Yes.
Bearing the darkest hue on there. That's fine. I'm not against that. So now we see that actually they didn't even draw. You see what I'm saying? They didn't draw the people neighboring the closest to them with the darkest hue. They drew some people from the more interior of Africa, which would be likely what we would expect. Now watch how the colors don't go with no races. It's going with where they thought these people was from. Basically like what the sun would do to you. Because, and then I want to refer to the actual text so I don't get none of, because it ain't no names next to this. So I was like, how did he know that that's the punties? And that these right here is just some Southern Nubians. You feel me? And anybody who's looking, if we compare the two, or if I show the whole register or whatever, you can see that these dudes in the front is darker than these dudes back here. I'm going to share the link for people to see it on their own computer, because you might not, you might just want to click it and follow along. So I'll put it.
Yeah, Reckmeyer. Probably the text on the right, pretty much we probably find punt there. If we look to the text to the right.
Well, wait till we look at these white people. And if people say these ain't white people, they gonna feel dumb. All right? Because they is. But they coming from the Levant area, and this beat the brakes off a lot of people gonna get mad right here. But first I want to share this with the chat on YouTube. Here it go. All right. So that's the link so y'all can see the photo for yourself. and then we'll go back here. Now I'm gonna take a snip of this, which theory Benton, I think his name is Benton. The theory calls this Syrians. And again, I'm not drawing from my own readings right now, but it's something very peculiar we about to see in the tomb of this tomb. So people gonna say, "Them ain't white people. You doing the color thing." All right, fine. But what was they represent here when they drew these people like this? Them ain't white people, but they went out of their way to give them this that look, right?
All right. So can you pull it up because it's not?
Oh, you're not seeing it? Oh, what y'all see? Oh, damn.
I'm okay. So let me just push my computer. Maybe I'm
Hold
not.
on, no.
Okay, so I see it right
Oh,
there.
you see it?
So yeah. So these are this is how they, except for the hairstyles and the beard
Syrian,
style.
I should say Syrian to be more accurate.
Right. So if you look at the 9 bows, you would probably see these type of people in their lighter complexion, and so they would be from where Abraham went. Abraham went to Haran, which is in Syria.
So you
right?
telling me if the same people had the tradition of drawing ancient Egyptians on the wall, now they would draw these people as the ancient Egyptians? I mean, as them, as the you see what I'm saying? But to the ancient Egyptian, these people was foreigners. I'm just looking at the script.
They are. Yeah, you would see them on the
Well,
9
let's
bows.
be fair. Everybody who we see here, besides the people standing behind here with this dark hue, these are the people collecting the items, holding staffs of power. So these is the Egyptians. So that make everybody look bad right there, because they could have drew themselves looking like this right here. They totally had the opportunity to do it.
Right. So the question, one of the questions is that they've tried to take Nubia out of Egypt, right? First, they tried to take Egypt out of Africa. So they put Egypt back in Africa. Now they're trying to take Nubia out of Egypt. So that's the new war. But Nubians were at every point of ancient Egyptian period, certainly from the beginning. These groups of people were in there and they were marrying them and they was integrating in. And you just showed a good piece earlier talking about Mentuhotep's wives, right?
Yeah.
That Mentuhotep, he preferred Nubian women. They seemed to have Nubian ancestry, but they were Egyptians. So his wife Kim
Well, they had to be Egyptians from the south, but yeah, with southern roots. But keep going.
Right. So Ashiat and Kim Set, meaning that there were Nubians always in the land.
Now,
I guess you could, yeah.
On the screen, Reggie, I know you see something peculiar, how many vignettes and stuff you've looked at. But what do you see on the inscription coming with these people that look different from any other Meta Nature vignettes you've seen?
Horses?
Thank you, bro. This is the first. See, here go another show first. Because this is the first time ancient Egyptians ever drew horses in a tomb. Right here. Feel me? Coming with these people. Now, if we want to trip even harder, this animal over here is something we can't identify anymore. It might be extinct. But it's hard to look at, but I shared the link for people to look for their own self. So now, playing the color game, when they doing multiculturalism on here, they showing people they not doing it the way y'all thought it worked. Let me show you what I mean. And we'll even see. Look.
And these are vassals. These are people paying tax.
Yeah,
right?
no, well, I want to show the source because he even say Punt was never a vassalage of Egypt, so they not paying taxes. He clearly say that, and so I just want to read that, not to refute you, but just so we can be clear on because it's certain African kingdoms that wasn't little kids to the Egyptians. You feel me? Like they was like their own bosses. And so let me see if I can find it.
Hathor, Hawat Hor, is the mistress of Punt. So she gets the title of the mistress of Punt. And they show the Puntites like they as related to them. So they make Hathor the mistress of Punt, right? She's the mistress of Punt. So they've always showed the Puntites as closely related. And we have to understand that that what made up the earliest civilization of Nakata were people coming from the Blue Nile, right? That's so they have been related to ancient Egypt a very long time, and Camden verse will tell you about the DNA. Well, in Egypt they have the
ECTS
B12.
693.
Now, yeah,
Say it
yeah,
again.
yeah.
ECTS 693 or EV star or EV 12 star,
These 12
which went
stars.
into Central and Western Africa. And even on that vignette that Smash was showing, you have Giraffa antiquorum or the
Exactly.
Kordofanian giraffe, which came
Exactly.
from West Africa.
Ooh, you hit them off with that. Now, I want to show, so I don't know the best way we could do this. So I'm going to be going in and out of the photo. Are y'all seeing, do y'all see that when I click the photo? Y'all see it still?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Now, I know my man Jay Mill told me these ain't registers and they just columns, but this actually, this website call them registers too. And he's going to refer to this up here as the top register. There's no way that I could zoom in and make the picture bigger. So if someone is at home watching this video now or later, you could probably refer to the link that's in the live chat that I'm about to share again right now. And you'll be able to look at it yourself. Let me see. Dang, where that's at? Oh, I shared it once, but I guess I gotta do it again. Real quick. YouTube. And then we'll just get it in. But y'all can build while I'm sharing this real quick. Oh, I was about to say, I just seen Magi Black Egypt 1 year ago on Sonetta and was like, when I do that? But
yeah, I was looking up just some basic
your underperforming
data, and like particularly L3, F3, mtDNA, and like you have that going from East Africa to the Central Sahel, mainly Lake Chad Basin, around 8 to 6,000 years ago to present. So it's another, link between West and East Africa right there.
Right, because they did a lot of mixing in the Green Sahara before they left, and so the genome data changes. So there's a lot of different genetic material that is dispersed, but we don't. But they have this aversion of doing the DNA for new.
Yeah, they won't.
all right. Let's look at this real quick. Now, so y'all see, I mean, I don't know how well y'all can see it, and we're not really tripping, but they did draw these people with different hues to represent how they really look, not just to show multiplicity. People argue that, oh, they just do that when they got a bunch of people. Nah, bruh. And they represent people from different cardinal points, not representing race groups or tribal groups, but the people from Punt to them from that geography looked like this. And so we're going to let the scholar detail it so people don't have to depend on me. And so you see right here, and this is all well-qualified work, some of the best work online, osiris.net. So right here we got the sequence of compositions in the 5 registers, and they got a painting of it so that we can see it a drawing of it so we can even see it more clearly, a facsimile. It says, show from top to bottom the tributes and ambassadors from Punt first, the Aegean world second. Now let's keep that in mind, because people be trying to go into when we find the dark skin hue of the people of the Aegean world and act like they wasn't melanated. I mean, people like melanated people didn't spread far, and levels of this melanin didn't decrease by how far you was from the equator. That don't mean they would just, because I don't get it. But the evidence is what I go with. And so it says,
I have that same paper, Keeping Enemies Closer, and they do a great job of Nubian rock art, right? And let me just see. Wait. Oh, maybe. Let me see if that's still on. Oh, okay. No. Something else popped up on my screen about what I guess it was finished.
Oh, it was about what you was talking about.
Right.
Well,
yeah.
again, if we just look through this and go one, now it says the sequences of the 5 registers shown from top to bottom, the tributes of, he said it was 5 registers, right? But then he say the top register is Punt. I mean, this is the only way I'm quite making sense out of this. He got 5 registers and 5 people groups. And then if you get to the fourth register, all of the lighter skinned people is on that register. So that means he's saying that the top register is Punt, the second is the Aegean world, the third is Nubians, which was the one I went to. Then we got Syrians, and then Nubians and Syrians at the bottom, which he called captives, women, and children. Not contended with none of that. Now let's look, but this is what I want us to see before I go on. I got to go down to his analysis because he's going to say this quote right here. Look, Punt. This is a very distant and mysterious country, which is best known by the representation of Queen Hatshepsut left in her temple of Deir el Badri, excuse me. It says, and had always attracted Egyptians. Punt was never a vassal of Egypt, and it is therefore presented here to send gifts and trade items. But what people do when they see this, they say, the black people was subjects and they had to bring this stuff. Man, these is gifts. Y'all love this exotic stuff we got. Y'all write about it all the time. And Big Mama hooked y'all up. And that's exactly how they drew her. And that's how we go. But I don't want to go too far on that. I wanted to just cite that source. So if we go back to looking at the people, if we say am I going wrong? He has 5 registers and then 5 people groups. Do you think that is consistent with each other?
What do you mean? Yes, it's consistent.
So that means that the top register is Punt, second register is the Aegean world, and the third is the Nubians. So if we look at this, now again, this is consistent because they got this red, they drawing them way lighter from the Aegean world. But look at dudes with this light red hue is from Nubia too, as we see. And the only thing I didn't point out is what the Egyptians look out, which is the biggest killer of it all, bro. Now watch this. When we click over here to look at the people receiving the items, now, mind you, there is some shading going on because it seems like his flash is creating a circle that enlightens some of the stuff in the middle. So therefore, when we look at the things on the perimeter, we can't assume that they are darker than we should actually see them, but we can see what they was doing. Now, what we're going to see here with the people collecting this, and I'm only looking at the garb of these people. Look. So they beat the brakes off everybody. So after doing all, these are the Egyptians who collecting the items from everybody. They didn't draw them like the Syrians. Again, we've seen these representations over and over, but people always say
related to the Puntites.
Exactly. People always say that it's a representation of a standardization. This attestation can be used to refute that. They're drawing people on here, not in no standard, but in the way that they look in their actual people groups. Not racist.
Didn't Hatshepsut call Puraha and his wife her cousin?
That would be good to know. I can't remember off the top. But I gotta run into this room and we got American Dream in here, so if y'all want to beat him up till I get back, that's our favorite punching bag, American Dream. Peace to you. I'll be right back. Hold up.
Yeah, I remember reading that, just there were expeditions to Punt, right? And they brought back baboons, and there's literature where she called them, particularly the queen who was plus sized, her cousin.
Okay.
So I don't know if Reggie has something on that.
No, I can look it up, but they are closely related people. They favored each other and they respected each other. So the problem is again taking Egypt out of Africa and taking the Nubians and the other groups out of Egypt to make it. They want to say that Africa is so diverse, but then when it comes to Egypt now, Egypt is no longer diverse. It does no longer have these mixtures. It's an isolated group that even when they include in their nurseries people from foreign lands, they want to act like those things did not occur. So they use people based on their skill level, and so, but the issue is who led it, who led the civilization, not necessarily always who inhabited it, but who led it. And we know from Egyptian culture that that there is a lot to say about the matrilineal line.
Hey,
right?
look at the screen, Reggie. If I don't want to cut you off, but this right here beat the brakes off everything you were saying about who ran it. Because just to add to, as a side note to what you're saying, we know that these gold and blonde hair dudes is not traditional. Egyptians didn't rock that. The people they call it the new, but who are the people? But who got the sticks? Walking these people along like, get your ass over here.
Right, the Egyptians. Right?
Exactly, but rocking what some would say, well, I don't want to go too far, but some could clearly say that is a look of the Nubians like that. You feel
It was
me?
an oppressive nation,
Right,
man.
they're the police.
I don't want to say it was an oppressive nation.
But
I
not
was more,
oppressive. Okay.
I mean, they probably was, but they let people live. But they, I mean, you know, they let people live. They was the only people who did vassalages in the way that they did it and didn't just say, like, this is our shit. Like, what I mean is, when the king of Judah had to hit up to hearken for help, his people thought he was a king in his area. But, you know what I mean? But you got to call the big homie when you need help, you call him back to Egypt. And so I think that was kind of letting people, and on the contrary to Alexander and them, right? When they took over and made everything like they was like, when they made everything like an empire, they did things a little bit different. They was like, this all our shit, basically. Excuse my language. How you doing today, bro?
But I would say also, Smash, just because, okay, so in the modern day, if you're going to meet the president or you're going to have armed guards, well, just because they have the sticks in their head, that doesn't mean they're ushering people along. It's just meaning they're armed guards.
I know. Well, you know what, though? I would be able to listen to that, but I'm just going with what the source material is saying right now. And even using it the way that they presented it, the armed guards look exactly like the people who they escorting along, so they can't play the color games. You feel me?
Right.
Yeah.
But the source is the writing. You're talking about the art source where we perceive it to be.
Pardon me? Oh, well, actually, that stick right there is it ain't really, to me, you can tell me if I'm wrong, it's not like one of the authoritative or a weapon stick. It's more like an instructional tick, a stick that the saber will have some time with, because you can see on Bliss when they teaching youngsters how to read the metal netra, he holding that stick. And so it means that you got some type of authority, but it ain't no divine. It's just like the authority that a teacher might have in our society right now.
All right, and there's two of them. I think the way the art works, there's two people. It's not one. So it's not two sticks, it's one stick. And it's two people with one stick.
Yep. Now notice this though. Even though you was in the middle of a thought and I didn't mean to go for this long. But I know, like I said, about the shady nature of this photo will make these people along the end that are receiving the items look like the darkest on the thing. We even have to take account of that type of exposure and still say that if you flash the photo on this section directly, it ain't gonna make them as light as these other people was. So, you know what I'm saying? But I just wanted to say, these are the Egyptians receiving the items and everything. So
they say something on the text that says something about red and black. So on the same text that you were showing, at some point there was some writing, and then
you
it
want
was
to go back there? Okay.
Yeah, and it says something about red, which they should have said brown and black instead of.
When they start talking about their skin color. Well,
brown,
this dude's opinion is that the Nubians be the ones who jet black, and I ain't mad because that's what they teach. But he even got stuff on his own website that refute that.
Go down a little further. Right. Go down a little further.
He about to say stuff about skin color. Maybe it's.
Wait.
Here we go.
No, go down a little further.
The men have dark skin.
This is the bottom, so maybe it's up higher. Let me see, because that was the bottom, right? And then I got to go to the next page. Yeah. So did you see it up here?
It's one of the pages that said a procession of red and black. So it's not here. No, it's not here. So maybe with the next page or the page.
Next page, yeah.
So what I'm trying to say is that they are trying to take the diversity of Egypt, of ancient, I call it now ancient African-led Egypt. They're trying to take the diversity out and make them this special type of people that always look one way, even though the Nubians have been there forever. So I don't know where it was, but it did say a procession of red and black.
Now you see this brother though? Oh yeah, we'll look. Now, obviously, they making these representations vary, not just by coincidence. All being Nubians, and dude even looked like he had a receding. I know I'm tripping, but they gave him like a George Jefferson one time. They gave dude a fro. I mean, like people were saying these was wigs. Some of this stuff is to be. Oh, here we go. Their tribute bearers are, of course, black, having frizzy hair and are wearing little skin loincloths. Sorry for me to say. So he's talking about these people of Nubia here, right? But he said at the beginning of the 18th dynasty, Egypt quickly resumed control of the areas after the Hyksos. He said the new state, these vassalages was government by Egypt, and their contributions were taxes. Even though he already said that the Puntites wasn't doing that, he says the tribute bearers here are of course black. See, why are they of course black? The way he said that, he crazy messed that up to me.
Right, that's his description at the time period.
So the people giving tribute is of course black, right? He's just saying he's into his subjugated Nubian standpoint, basically.
Right, and so the Egyptians aren't black. So what is he saying?
Exactly.
So
I don't know what he's saying.
Right. So now, so what about the Egyptianized Nubians? This is the problem with them. They don't deal with there's Egyptianized Nubians.
Oh, did you see that on here? Because he actually say that about that on another part of this text.
Yeah, well, because they are. So now that the whole fact that there's a Egyptianized Nubians.
Well, that statement is already Egyptocentric, but because it was cultural entanglement. They not Egyptianized Nubians. Like nobody who came into they shit and said, "Do what we say." At some time periods that might have occurred, but that ain't how they became a part of the society. But go right ahead.
Yeah, but sometimes they were. Sometimes Nubians portray themselves as Egyptians and portray themselves as Nubians, right? And so the difference between an Egyptian and a so-called Egyptian and a Nubian is really, when it comes down to it, is really a change in language. Do they speak Egyptian? The Nahesi spoke another language, right? And so it comes down to people with the same. They
did have their own language, but they also spoke Egyptian too. So
right,
we could go down as far as Aniba. I mean, we could go way farther than that, but to find old kingdom burials of ancient Egyptians all the way down in.
Yes, right, all the way. Well, Nubians in southern Egypt, all the way to Aswan, Simna.
So this is what would happen. We know you'll go home to get buried in your home place, right? I mean, most people know that, and so and the Tell of Sinuhe tells us that. And so then when we see people who went back to Nubia to get buried and build their tomb down there, we should presume that they did that for some type of a reason. I would.
And then we see Nubians being buried the way that they want to be buried in Egypt with the pan graves. So there are Nubians who live in Egypt, right? Who decide that they can't go home, so they want to be buried by their own tribal ways.
Now,
yeah. So we're just mixing it in, doing something that they don't do. So the non-scholars, the people that's not even familiar, most of the people we talk to, Smash and Camdiverse and the family at large that we're here, they don't know anything about ancient Egypt except for what you call popular Egyptology. They don't read any of these books. They read the Bible. They read the Bible. They read Islamic books. Right? They don't know anything about the culture of ancient Egypt. So then they come on with these crazy ideas with no sources. Here you are showing a source. Here you're actually showing sources of how the ancient Egypt. Right, primaries. They don't have no primaries of the Bible. Show me some damn primary of the Bible. I can show you Yahweh and Asherah, right? With Yahweh with his penis out, right? I mean, they don't want to show that, but I can show their God with it.
Yeah, that is punt. They're gonna punt right there. I see the oomph part. It might be. I don't see the P.
Let me see.
We'll read this eventually. Let me make it bigger. You see that the wind. You know when you see that wind by the
wind.
Yeah, they spell punt with a wind, and I see the foreign land under it right here.
Right.
So I think that, and then it's gonna say all these people right here. So then we could easily say, yeah, that's who that is.
Yeah.
And I think the scholar is right with that. I'm not trying to break that up, but say he's wrong or nothing.
Well, he's also expressing if he's not reading directly from the text, he's expressing his opinion, right? And so we can accept that he said that, but to say it better, he would say it with what the text actually says. And we'll be able to look at the text and source it.
So I found, I'm gonna go into this other section. Let me see, the cult of Nefertari.
And thanks, Sat12, for putting up this better quality pictures.
Now I want us to look at some of these black representations, right, and to understand how I came to my conclusions. First of all, even in this one, we got to look at, what are we looking at right here? We got questions to answer. First, we're looking at Wasir, and probably, it's saying Jesher Kara, right? So this is a Amenhotep, but I just see, you see the Jesher Ka and the Ra. But we should look at how this is being formed. And then and then the goddess right there, who would you say that is?
Not so sure. I look for the name.
It's looking it's looking so carish, but it's a female. You feel me? But anyway, but the point I'm looking at is in this representation, Amenhotep is deceased. It don't say Ma'akaru on there. But and I can show us plenty attestations. So what I'm speaking towards now is people say that black means death. And I find in my research that the process of becoming a divine monarch in the afterlife apparently requires death, but black don't mean that. You could die and not become a divine monarch and just be Ma'akaru, maybe just justified. But let's see how this turns out. All right. So yeah, that's I'm gonna attempt the first, and we're gonna look at a few of them. Oh, here's another one. Notice this here. Both are deified, but one got the black skin. See, this is why my homework is crucial to anybody that wants to help push forward these contentions and arguments. Because we could clearly dismantle common almost tropes in Egyptology. Stuff like the black skin on certain people is because they deify. I even heard black people try to win against me about Nefertari skin about that. But they had not really went in on it, and the information is right online. Everything they say like that this is the most damning part of the research.
So the woman is this pretty much the same. That might be almost Nefertari.
Yeah, that's almost Nefertari, 100%. So
no, the other one,
which other one? What other one?
The one that you showed before when we was looking at the woman with the double plumes on the top of her head.
Okay, but yeah, okay. Thanks for putting that forward.
Yeah, because it's the same king. It's the one.
Let me go back.
Sorry, it's the same king. It's Jesher Kara.
Yeah, you're 100% right. That's Amenhotep the first. So let's go to that first picture, and then let's hear from Suntan.
Yeah, sorry, Suntan.
That's okay. How y'all doing, everybody on the panel?
Oh, cool. So this must be a different representation. It probably is, and I can't read that up there. I see a ger, and then
Right, I see a girl, but
yeah,
I think
yeah.
it's almost Nefertari because it's the same king.
Yeah. Well, obviously his divine was his mother. I'm gonna tell the first mama was almost Nefertari, and her husband was almost the first. And so they kind of take the blackness out of it. But when we learn about the black family, then we start to say, oh, hold up, man. It's something. So this is what I was about to say. The most damning part about doing the statistical surveys is all of the contentions. You can find any contention. The majority of the contentions that are unsubstantiated by primary evidence all deal with what Egyptologists say about blackness. You see, like if we say something about something else, we can find the source. You can find the source on everything, but even down to, and I know this is a stretch, and the more conservative scholars might raise their eyebrows at this one, but even all the way down to the noses that are knocked off of the statues. Yes. Here's the thing: we know the understanding, and so they can't breathe in the afterlife. Cite me, we be in the TLA all day. Cite me the text that say, break the nose off somebody's statue so they can't live in the afterlife. Here's the thing. If people who keep talking about bitumen really, because none of the articles that I've been referencing would give you the knowledge. They don't even know in the encyclopedias why they was putting bitumen on the canopic jars. But I could go right to an ancient Egyptian text that they must have overlooked right in the TLA right now. And we can all read from an embalmer's instructions why he doing it. And so I don't get it. I'm not that futile on this earth to say, well, if somebody else ain't discovered it. First of all, it's in the TLA, right? I'm going to type y'all seeing the TLA right now?
Yeah.
I'm typing M and 3 N's. Anybody want to reproduce this in their own research? Simply go to the TLA, hit lemma, type M and 3 N's, and then click this button, click start. Now, what the first thing you're going to see is it say a resin or a pitch. When you click into it, it's going to say asphalt, okay? Asphalt is bitumen. If you ever seen the black streets, you know the difference between the old gray streets and the black streets?
Right.
It's the incorporation of that bitumen. And so this is this asphalt we got, right? And so now the funniest part is we don't got much homework to do because it's only mentioned 12 times in the text corpus of ancient Egypt, and they do have an updated version that moves a little slower. So I can check. I'm gonna check right now on the updated version. Go ahead.
Suntan wanted to say something. Did you say something?
Go ahead, something.
Well, it's just real quick. We just proved the point because, nothing against Uncle God Man, but still he talking about is no black pictures of ancient Egyptians. That go one, you just showed one. That's
I
why
can show so many of those.
One.
Yeah.
You remember he said that?
Yeah, he tripping.
Yeah, talking about there's no black. I'm talking about black with black crayon. That's what I'm talking about, man.
Yeah.
So that's all.
There's plenty of them. We're gonna show hell of them. But they all, like I said, they all make a conjectorial attestation towards what's the reason. So let's think of what all these things concern or could concern. Because breaking the noses off of the statues in traditional Egyptology concerns not letting the pharaoh breathe in the afterlife. Can you show me where it say that in the Book of the Dead? Can you show me where it say that anywhere? It don't. This is what I'm trying to say. So, and now let's look at the next one that go like that. That the blackness is attached to the color of the fertile Nile silk. Everybody has repeated that dogmatically with so much confidence that there's a primary source behind that attestation. Why haven't I been fried yet in the last 3-4 weeks that I've been saying there ain't no source to that? We all got the power of the internet to go find that source. What we find is that there ain't no ancient Egyptian who said we dealing with this blackness because of the Nile silk. They just didn't ever say it. Now, it is in the metaphor for blackness. We can see it there. They called their place Kemet, and we know they had black soil. But what we do depend on to them, and us we're gonna do a lot of interpolation and telling people stuff we think we know, like we Hebrew on the corner, describing the Bible in a way that's just our way.
Right.
We have to stick with what they left us to see in the primary sources.
There you go. That's what's happening, man. I'm telling you, because Unc is coming up with his, Unc can talk good as well, you know, and we're not going in on Unc because he's not here, but I'm saying Unc can talk good as real good and make like a whole kind of scene, he just makes it real like some kind of play or something where and then I'm gonna get you. Now you see your setup, you know, all that kind of stuff. Come on, Unc. Come on with the word.
Well, you know, that stuff, like I said last time we just got to speak on something, that stuff be sounding good to me too when I be listening.
Yeah.
Then I hop on the panel and it don't be that no more. Now, I'm not saying not maintaining your ego or aggressiveness. That's all you can maintain. But all of the claims that be spewed when I'm not there can't be spewed in my presence because I falsify them appropriately instantly.
Yeah, and Reggie just a little calmer than you is. Reggie does it, but he does it, you know, real calmer. See, Smash, you just go right at him. Let me get this phone. My bad, y'all.
It's all good. And I think I wish I could adapt Reggie's demeanor more. Sometimes when we out there and I refer back to how we did it when we was young. Because that's your nature that you try to overcome as you become a mature adult. But sometimes it come creeping back out and you like, damn, I'm acting like I'm 30 or something. So let's check this out. Here go the glyphs, and we in the new TLA, and in the new TLA, we find 2 more attestations, okay, for Bitterman, so this should be fun. Here is how we would say Bitterman right here. Now, this is something that's going to beat the brakes off all the pseudos. They just hate this. Reggie. You there, Reggie? Anybody else who read the glyphs on the chat, on the panel? All right, look, this is why you use the TLA, because you ain't got to know how to read the glyphs. So even the opponents need to use the TLA. Y'all better, because all you're going to see is the truth. That's why I always recommend it. So look at this. This is Meninin. All right? Meninin. Anybody who knows language can tell. When I'm going to ask somebody, what's the root to Meninin? A lot of us would probably say the M and the N. It doesn't necessarily have to be the root, but that is the root to Meninin. Now, name a black god in ancient Egypt. Oh, man, this is too easy.
Men.
Thank you. Right? So why I'm about to show us why men is black using primary source material qualified by the TLA, so you can't say I'm making this up. But we can see they got an M, an N, an N, and an N right here, and we see the glyphs. So we're going to come down to the attestations. 14, 2 more than the old TLA. All of them, well, 12 of them are going to be concerning an embalming ritual, and I'm endeared to see these other 2. I mean, I'm juiced, enthralled, whatever. Now, let me minimize this. I always look big because my eyes, I don't like damaging my eyes. So, again, if you don't need to read the Meta Nature, you don't have to worry. The first thing I do is right-click, and then I hit Translate to English. It's detecting the language. Sometimes that works. Sometimes you got to tell it it's German. Let's see if it's going to translate. But, again, oh, there it go. Now it says, there come to you frankincense that comes from Horus. So this is all in the embalming ritual, and if you want to clarify that, here's all the sources. They make it easiest for us to do this work. But this ain't the one I want to show us, because we're talking about, see, this is why the old TLA, I like the old TLA, because this start doing this stuff right here. But hold on just one moment. We're going to go through this embalming ritual, and we're going to read out some of the key points that scholars have missed. And it ain't in none of the scientific documents and in none of the write-ups about Bitterman, and I sourced almost all of them in my book, every one that I could read. Now, let Not all of them, but everyone that I could find on the internet. You know what I mean? And so this first one is just telling you something about the bitumen, but it's gonna say, there comes to you, I guess it should say comes. There comes to you frankincense that comes from Horus. So where does frankincense come from? It comes from Horus. That's what we just learned. Onto resin that comes from Ra. Natron that comes from El Kabab. Now notice two things. Horus is a deity. Onto resin comes from Ra. But natron comes from a physical location, El Kabab. We just need to know all of this stuff. Grains of the life in it that come from Osiris. Now, bitumen that comes from the great God. So frankincense come from Horus. Onto resin come from Ra. Natron come from a physical location. It says the El Kabab. El Kab, right? And it says grains of life in it that come from Osiris. Bitumen that comes from the great God comes, and gums of resin comes from Wen-Nefer. Justified. Now, who is Wen-Nefer? That's just another name for Osiris when he's justified in his black state, because he ain't Wen-Nefer at no other times. But let's talk about this. So we clearly see they say that the bitumen come from the great God who is Osiris. But now let's see, we're going to learn two things, that it was Osiris, it was Wasir, Asar, who made men black. Nobody else did this, and it was with Meninin, and we get the god Men. But let me show you this in a primary attestation. It says, okay, that's not it. Let me just go down a little bit further. Bitumen, here's another good one. Bitumen that came from Coptos comes to you to the outflow of Kentiamentiu. Okay? Who is Kentiamentiu? Another name of Asar. So if they didn't know right here, they was telling them that the bitumen is the substance of the black god Osiris. This is my book, and I got it sourced. Black like Osiris. I can show you right now. It's on the good reads and stuff, but it ain't. I had to pull it down and change something after talking to Reggie. So let me see. Now you come down here. Receive the bitumen for you. Who's receiving the bitumen? The bitumen is the discharge of Osiris, as we learn in a minute, but right here they say the outflow. Now, if you ever want to go into the glyphs, you could click them all and see where that comes. The outflow gonna be around here. Well, I know this looked like a land. I apologize. So that's another land. So this is good. They got per for the outflow. This is to come out, right? This per. Let's look. When I click it, it's gonna be to come out, to come forth. See, to go forth, to come forth. So that's what they got on there for. It's gonna come out. So it comes out of Osiris. Kentiamentiu is a different name for Osiris. Is Reggie here?
Think so.
Nah, he might be busy or something. Kentiamentiu is another name for Wasir, Osiris, when he takes on the form of the god of the afterlife, right? Now check this out. Let's remember that this is an embalming ritual. Oh, here we go with the more of the I ain't got no sources nonsense coming from Elder Yara. Man, people always be like, here go, I'm good enough and clever enough to show y'all this nonsense. It's catchphrases like your own source. I'm gonna get you with your own source.
Yeah, right.
Now let me ask you guys something. In the history of the conscious community, how many people could have gotten people with their own source? How does that occur every show?
Right.
You must think you wrote this tool or something. I
don't occur every show.
Exactly. But we'll let the good brother explain his misunderstanding as he tries to expound on it. Elder Yara, you there?
What's good, my brother Smash? What's good with
cooking
you, brother?
with this teachings, boy. Getting them right.
Hey man, I want to say though, like just right off the bat though, I do respect your scholarship, man. I got much respect for your scholarship because you really do real work. You do real work. Although I don't always agree, as we know.
Yeah, you don't
That's
have to.
understandable.
Yeah, that's
understandable.
Sincere and real work.
Sincere and real
work. Yeah. So I want to ask you this, bro. With the source you just read, right? Because this is my understanding. Like you mentioned, when you talk about bitterment, I think that really kind of cuts against you. So let's talk about that a little bit, right?
Mm-hmm.
So of course, there's plenty attestations early on in the biblical narrative about the substance used as bitterment or called pitch, right? But let's deal with that, right? So you show in the TLA what it talks about, where it has the same meaning as the word as asphalt.
Mm-hmm.
So that's I would say that is correct in a way, but we know asphalt and bitterment is two different things, and that's because I've done this research, right? So
Yeah, it's bitterment. You're right.
asphalt.
It's bitterment in our. You put it in
Exactly.
whatever concrete and it'll make asphalt. Basically, you're right.
Exactly. But I think the overall understanding that we should be talking about, I think we both agree on that it is a black substance.
Yep.
It's a black substance.
Mm-hmm.
So I think we agree on that point. But when you began to read the source that I've never heard before, so I appreciate you. That's why I really appreciate your scholarship, because you do bring out sources and things in your work that I can actually go back and study.
Yeah, right.
So when we talk about bitterment comes from the Great One, which is Osiris, right?
Mm-hmm.
What do we know that bitterment is a substance that we find from the death of natural resources, right? Is what we would call.
You messed it up.
Wait. Hold on. Let me finish.
Well, just real quick, you said the death of natural resources, and that's very
death
vague.
of natural sources.
So,
yeah.
do you mean human remains that it naturally produces bitterment?
I'm talking about fossils, foliage.
Oh, so
right?
you are including human. You saying human remains naturally produces bitterment?
Yeah, human
remains.
remains.
Oh, yeah, you messed that up.
So when we talk, hold on, because
you got a source on that. That's
fossils,
completely wrong. So why we gotta go further?
But that's not. Hold on, let me finish though, real quick, and I'll let you ride. Because when we talk about bitterment, we know that it's only produced from something that has died.
Oh my gosh!
It's a fossil. It's a substance. It's the same way we get like crude oil or something like that, or we would get something like what they call fossil fuels.
I'm not mad
right?
at that. I'm not mad at that. But you
don't have asphalt in your body.
But he was trying
to.
It's
because it's not asphalt, and it's not in your body. It's what happens.
No, I think you missed.
Over decomposition. That's what I'm talking about.
No, I think you misunderstanding that, bro. I think you
misunderstanding. Absolutely not. Because if you look up the definition of bitterment, you'll see that's exactly what it is.
I just wrote a whole. You should slow down.
I'm glad you wrote a whole.
Because the thing about.
I'm gonna get your book though.
Yeah, I appreciate that. The thing that I think you're missing is bittermen come from them crushing down rocks and stuff. And so if you're saying it's from fossil remains of like so mummies don't.
You're putting it in the wrong context.
Yeah, you trying to say like
fossil. Let me listen to one person.
Go ahead.
All right, go ahead. My bad.
So this is the thing. The fossils that you may be talking about would be like of dinosaurs or something. I hope you're not saying that it's produced naturally in these mummies from these 3,000 years. That's just completely incorrect.
Well, I don't think that would be incorrect. I'm telling you, it's anything that is anything that was once living, a living organism, whether it's plant life, whether it's human remains. After a long period of time, fossilized from we know it comes from fossil fuels like what they would call dinosaurs or different things like that in foliage, right? We know scientifically bitterment is derived from something that has died.
But see, that's you being very deceiving, because we're talking about, this is why you're being deceiving. We're talking about the deceased people, right? And you're saying that bitterment derived from something that's derived, but you're not saying it is in the same way that oil is derived from something that has died. You see what I mean?
Yes, I am.
And it's existed millions of years ago. That
Yes, I
is
am
when
saying
it
that.
died. It didn't die
I
3,000 years ago and
No,
some
I
bitumen
agree
popped
with
up.
that. I agree
Okay,
with
I
that
just wanted to
100%.
clarify that for the people.
Yeah,
That,
yeah, yeah. No, I
maybe a
agree with that.
dinosaur died because it's a petroleum. And so that's
Yeah,
an
I
oil,
agree
just
with
like
that.
our oils. You see what I'm saying?
I agree with that. That's what a fossil fuel is.
Okay, so I'm
So
not, as long as
yeah,
that's
yeah.
clarified from the people, that that's
So
cool.
I agree
Continue.
with that. That's exactly what I'm saying. But the connotation of it is, if you're saying that Osiris has placed bitumen on someone, or he's created them black skin because of bitumen, would not we make an argument, or is it safe to postulate, and I'm just asking you, and then I'll step away, is it safe to postulate that what he's saying, that he's creating or he's responsible for death or the dead, because we know bitumen only comes from the source of something that has died. And so as you guys were talking about Amos Nefertiti, she's only depicted in that black crayon color that we see because she is a dead deity.
That's not
it's
true.
A dead God.
That's not true, and you can't find
That's
the primary
very
source
true.
on that. You would never be able to. All you can put up is Egyptologists saying that. I'm sitting here showing. All right, this is what I want you to refute. Let me show you something. Now, at very well, that's not the best one. Let's go to this one right here, and just like the source say, we can read it. Two people are dead here, and they're being venerated down here. Okay, so if she was black because she dead, why ain't he black? That is her consort in the cult of Amos Nefertari.
Now watch this. I'm gonna ask you a question, and then I'm gonna answer your question. But this is answering your question, right? First of all, let me say, Amos Nefertari in that depiction right there, she is a dead goddess. She's a dead deity. She's been deified.
So is. Wait, real quick.
So
real quick.
Next to
You're
her,
not answering the question. Yeah.
I'm about to answer your question. So sitting next to her, who is that?
That is Amenhotep the first, and he is dead too.
Right. So watch this. Has Amenhotep the first ever been deified?
Yes. The cult of Nefertari was the cult. When you know ancient Egypt, they just call it the cult of Nefertari. When you study it, it's the cult of Nefertari and Amenhotep the first.
Okay, so this is what you're doing. Show me an attestation. I'm just asking because I don't know. Show me an attestation of Amenhotep the first being considered a deity.
This is it right here. You see they praising him?
That doesn't mean that he's a deity.
I'm about to look.
You gotta stop that.
So hold on. I'm about to show you it. Then I'm about to read the source because there's no way out of this. That's why it's not cool to click the link when you ain't look. Look, now read this. The cult of Amenhotep the first is the longest of the royal cults. See, they thought it was all about the woman, but he was actually her son who put things down in her name and rebuilt all of Kemet. But let's go. The cult of Amenhotep the first is the longest of the royal cults. It nearly existed in Theban. So yeah, he dead because he got a royal court. Although some other traces have been found, notably in Abydos, it is especially developed in the workers village of the area of Medina. Excuse me. I got caught up. It says, on the imagery to the left, it can be seen the archaic stela dedicated by the craftsman Parahotep. That's the one to the left, and to the Amun-Ra triad. Now, on the right side, at the Tarim Museum, dedicated to Amenhotep and the father of Ankhenaten, and the royal couple now are and it says click here to see the whole stela. Now, let's keep reading.
Yes, please.
Well, I don't know what
you're going to have to show me where he was deified.
All
That's
right,
not saying he's deified.
No, it's easy.
Show me. Thank you.
Yeah, hold on. Do you know what a cult is?
I know what a cult is. Show me that he's being deified as easy. A god.
Come on, I just gotta find that to show you since you want me to do your
homework. Because we know Amos Nefertiti was deified
they
as
both
a goddess.
Are deified. Right here, it's gonna say it. I'm just gonna read it and then start thinking about what your next move gonna be.
No, my next move is going to be if you show me that I acquiesce.
Okay, cool. Because that's right on the page. God,
you show it to us.
The cult of Nefertari.
Y'all right being humbly deceitful.
No, that's cool.
Oh, hey, Suntan, the man fan. Stop calling my name, bro.
Hey, dude, you kill me telling people to stop. Nigga, I can call your name.
Come on, y'all. Here we go. We gonna go bad.
Let's listen, bro. Let's listen. Pay attention, son.
Hold on.
I'm talking slick, man.
Pay
I want
attention,
to
son.
find this word deify for him.
That nigga said, quit calling my name. Hell no. Like he's somebody. That's crazy.
Hey, man, I got a fan page. You're welcome to subscribe.
All right, I will.
Appreciate you. It's free, too.
You kind of smart.
I'm just messing with you, man. I'm just being facetious,
I'm just saying, I don't
take it
turn
personal.
away knowledge, y'all right? You know something.
All right.
Don't turn
now.
Uh-huh.
There's no doubt that it would have contributed extensively to the deification of Amos Nefertari and her association with her son.
That's not saying that's not saying her son is a deification.
Okay, I'm about to read every one. You about to get hands put on.
Man.
Look, Tomb TT1 of Akinru is especially interesting for the study of the royal couple and the deified sovereign.
That's it.
Okay.
They deified both of them, man. It was two of them.
Hold on. Stop. The deified sovereigns in TT 359, that's only referring to
this is it right here. Look,
hold on. Listen, brother, hold on. I'm telling you, deified, that when it's talking about the deified sovereign, right? That's one
Let me
person.
show you something. You're incorrect.
That's one person. That's not pluralistic. That's one person.
So you saying
Amenhotep?
So you saying Amenhotep the first ain't deified?
You said what?
So you see this right here, and you about to get crushed. Damn, there's so many.
Crush me.
Look, everybody on this attestation is deified. Everybody. This is 20 deified people. Not just one.
Bro.
Hold on. I'm about to read it for you because you made me find it. So look, the first one at the top is Amenhotep the first. The first one at the bottom is Amos Nefertari. Y'all could clearly see here, out of the 20 deified people, only she is black. Now let's read it. Let's read it because you said look for the source. And so now when I find it, let me see. Another point of interest. Now we're gonna have to count them. Another point of interest: on the eastern wall of chamber F, the deceased and his wife are shown facing 20 deified royal characters. So if she black because she deified, it would stand to say that the other 20 characters should be black. You want to count them? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. I guess I counted 19.
I'll give you 20. That's enough.
Yeah, now you see? So you see that he's included in that. There's 20 deified characters. So now it's falsified that he wasn't deified. He's actually deified, and he's not black. But here goes a better showing of it right here.
What do you mean he's not black?
He's not drawn with the black hue of a divine monarch. This is
if they were both,
this is the conclusion that I come to.
So hold on. I heard too many people talking. So what's the difference between being deified and a divine monarch?
Okay, so again, she ruling over the other deified people, basically. You see what I mean? You could be, you could go to the afterlife, but you ain't a king there.
So you can go to the afterlife, and you're not a king there.
So, well, let me say that better, because in the afterlife, you want to turn into a wasir, right? So
yes,
I would say that they are forms of wasir, but the leader or the divine monarch in this instance is Amos Nefertari.
Okay, so you're saying at some point they have to go through a certain ritual in the afterlife to become as we see Amos Nefertari already is.
Some of the dua is in two places, as I learned from Kalam El and Asar and Ka. Some of the dua is in the you know how we imagine it, like a heaven, which they call it the West Amenta, or some would say it was just up in the cosmos. But another part of the dua is actually the back chamber of the where a person gets buried. And we got primaries on that in the same embalming ritual. So they kind of be using it funny when they be like, it happens in the duat. You feel me?
Yes,
Because it
yes,
really
I do.
happened.
I do.
This is one thing that we were gonna go back to that embalming ritual and read it. It's gonna give us awesome understanding. One thing we was about to show is that they say it was Asar who rubbed the discharge from his body, and that he put it on the other guy or the god men or what have you. And
Right.
so now we know why men is black. But then also they put it on a statue that in their ritual is supposed to be hovering over the deceased as they put the bitterment on the deceased as well. And so this, I'm saying, and if
I
we talk
got you
about
now.
black people social constructs, this argument I'm making is not for that. I'm saying they had this divine attribute or this divine monarchy that to be included in you would be represented in this black representation. The chief divine monarch was Osiris, and this is why we see him with the double entendre of blackness, because it has to do not with the now suit, but actually his southern roots and his divine monarchy. And I could go to
so great.
Go ahead.
I appreciate that. Can you go back to the previous slide where you showed the 19 to 24? That one right there.
Yeah,
I
right
appreciate that because I'm learning. So I'm gonna ask you this. I'm gonna ask you this again. So based on what you just gave, right? Are we to is it safe to say then, especially if we're talking about these two duats, right? One is a place that you've already arrived in the here and after, right? Or the heavenlies, right? Then another one is just like purgatory, so to speak, like this waiting place.
Not
in
really
the duat.
purgatory. You gotta
This
travel
ain't
through
Sunday
it.
school,
You
y'all,
gotta
right,
get
man?
from one
Hey,
side.
who's talking to me?
You gotta get from one side of the duat to the other. But watch, I'm about to do something real funny and easy for us.
He think it's Sunday school, Smash.
No. It's the same concept. Purgatory comes from ancient Kemet. I'm not thinking Sunday school.
Nah,
It
purgatory
comes
is
from them.
that's a liturgical term from y'all.
No, actually, it comes from ancient Kemet, and I can show you that.
All right, that's
But
cool. Now check
so
this out though, real quick. Now
okay.
it says this word Isi Neteru is the tomb of the gods, but it says a cavern in the Duat, which is crazy. And now you could go right ahead, and I'm gonna look up a few more of those.
Yeah, because and that's what to say, and that's basically if you study if you study older breakdowns, I'm gonna get stuck here. Older understanding of what purgatory is. That's basically what it was. It was a waiting place, or a cave, or a carved place, or a place that you rested until you were found worthy to be brought in. But anyway, so basically what you're saying in these two duats, there's the duat, this cave, this is a waiting place. So if we take that same understanding what you just gave me, and we go back again and look at those 20, and we look at those 20 or so that you call deified persons.
The source said
right?
that. The source said that.
Right, the source says, right? Okay. And then we see just the one who's in front, right? Which I believe is correct, is Amos Nefertiri, painted that dark black color. Would she be the only one then who is actually deified, and the others are actually deified monarch, and the others are to be waiting?
Yeah. No, they're not waiting, but they don't got the status of her. There's a
They
hierarchy
don't have
in the duat, and she got
but
the
they're
highest
waiting.
rank. They're
But
not
they're
even
waiting
waiting.
for that.
No, I wouldn't say. I don't know how that would work. That's a very good question. You mean will they be black like her one day too and be
Yes.
divine monarchs?
Yes,
Well,
yes.
honestly, that's a jamming question, because in their they supposed to have turned that way when they got the bitterman rubbed on them.
That's my
You see what I'm
point.
saying? Yeah. So, well, I mean, it's just more understanding that has to be brought to the situation. But we are at a very good point, because I was thinking about how do you rectify that too. Like, this is another thing. You supposed to get your stripes basically, or basically your heart weight against the feather in my eye,
right,
in the duat, right? And not in the. So I'm like, okay, is they saying that they gonna be doing that in the tomb, or is this? So how could you do an applicatory process that would signify that this person is justified in my akaru when the people still living don't know what the verdict was in the afterlife?
Exactly. And that's why I can learn from you. You understand? Because that's an honest academic conversation right there. That's exchange, right? So that was my question, right? And not that I was confused by it, but it kind of opened my understanding when you said there's two duats, right? There's two separate places, right? And so that's why I get the understanding of that. That's why when you study, like I said, that's why I said purgatory. When you study it, that's all they're waiting. They're in a place waiting to be brought over into the full acceptance or to the full glory of sainthood.
But the best
so to
thing I
speak.
could equate to that would be
Yeah.
the travel through the duat. There is a point where they ain't what they supposed to be yet, but they're not waiting. They're traveling. They're kind of, and they supposed to, and they got all of these bad things that's trying to get at them. But I want to show this because we all familiar with. This is why we gotta look. That's why I'm glad the Hebrews always do stuff in their primary language. So when people on the Kemet side be trying to refute stuff, and they don't go into the Medu Neter, they be looking just like a Baptist preacher or something trying to refute a Hebrew Israelite. I be like, it's no wins. Right. I mean, some of them, Pastor Bennett maybe could do something, but this is what this type of stuff that we cannot see. Remember that we was just talking about MNNN is the bitumen?
Mm-hmm.
Well, now we see a derivative of that, MNNT, which is feminized, which means part of the granite sarcophagus, part of the tomb. Right. So now we know that they rub bitumen on the tombs and stuff when we get to that part, but even part of the granite, it ain't bitumen in this instance making it black. So it seems like the MN is more rooted to that dark hue of something like, what is a granite sarcophagus? That one might look like granite countertops. Black, you know what I'm saying?
Because we've
on him because when they pulled off his, I think that's how they broke the face of King Tut. Because when they try to pull it off, they said they had black goo on it.
Yeah, and so here's the two things. Some of the black goo, that's what we're about to learn. Now, the black goo and the black ooze, even though they're very close to each other, we'll hear archaeologists refer to the black, some museum curators refer to the black ooze as a substance that, like you were saying, Elder Yara, that is a naturally producing substance in some of these mummies when they don't, treat them right. But this is the thing about that. Because I researched it to see if it was interfering with what I'm doing, and it really wasn't, because it's not a process that they are experiencing outside of the museums. It's almost like some curse type stuff. Like the bodies are starting to, they didn't decay for thousands of years, right? But they unwrapped them and unraveled them, and they put them in these things that they think will preserve them, but they're decaying now. And so the black ooze is what that is. The black goo is what we're talking about, the bitumen. And so I've seen people already trying to refute this, confusing those two, but I've been talking hella much, so somebody, I'm going to find this source.
No, I think I really appreciate you, because honestly, I did really have a question about it, right? I know I sound a little forceful when I'm talking about it, but I did really have a question about it. But as I said, like I do see it. I still got to go. We still got to have a discussion on why you're saying that there are no, I was to say what in attestations of people of ancient Kemet referring to themselves as the black soil or the black land.
Oh, okay.
I want to say something real quick.
Look it up, but go ahead, Santan, then I'm going to finish showing. Because when we finish this, a lot of other things will be revealed. Even like you said earlier about the Bible, there's a quote in here that say Osiris get that bitumen that came from Palestine. So if you want to use this in some of your attestations, I don't own it. But what you were saying, Santan?
I just wanted to say I want to give a little salute to Yara for even coming over here, with his contentions and with everything he's doing. I respect that. He just wasn't talking over in the room the other day and then going about his business. I think Yara really, is interested in a lot of things that pertain to Egypt. And, him being an Israelite, I just salute you, my brother. I listen to you too. That's it.
So
no doubt, I appreciate that.
I think
I'm not one of those that think there's that it's so far, the history of the two are so far separated. I don't think they're separated at all, right? They just I mean, there's even um attestations in the book of Ezekiel, and somebody mentioned that earlier, Ezekiel chapter 16, where it talks about how the Israelites were still going back to the practices of ancient Kemet.
But look
They
at the
were doing the
difference, though.
things,
You got to show
you
me
know.
a deep mummification process, because even when we go into the north, it's in the evidence of the term sarcophagus, which to the
Mm-hmm.
northern people, or to the people, the I guess Greeks, if I'm right, that meant flesh eating. And so it let us know that
Yes.
they thought the stone eating flesh, sarcophagus. So they
Mm-hmm.
thought that the stone would eat people's flesh, would let us know that they was not really that familiar with the mummification process.
That's correct. I agree with that. I think that you see later on, that the mummification process wasn't as intricate as we read about in some older papyrus, right? And you'll see that's why you see some of the earlier, the later what they call mummies or Egyptian mummies are not to be found or completely decayed, right? Or just dust, because they didn't do the same process. So we know that they lost some knowledge in somewhere in between there. But going back to again, like, there is add test. Okay, so Osiris was referred to as
The
as
black
the
one,
great one,
the black
right?
one too,
Was
and the great guy. Yep, the black
the
one.
great god. He was also referred to as the great green god. Am I correct?
Well, I don't. I mean, I looked hella hard, but I don't. So the Great Green is the Mediterranean, and I
Mm-hmm.
can look that up. Let me show you how to be fair to it. We're gonna put them both in the TLA.
Yeah.
The Great Green is gonna say Waj Ur, but when we come to the Great Black,
Yeah.
it's gonna say Kimmy. It's gonna say Osiris, and it's gonna say
Yeah.
the area unknown. But so we could put Waj right here, right? That's green. And then
Uh-huh.
I'm about to click it, and it's gonna show us some options for how they was using the color green. And this research also helped to show why Osiris is green, which excludes his blackness having to do with anything about regeneration. Because look, to be green, to flourish, to cause to flourish, right? If we
Mm-hmm.
go analyze the color symbolism, we know we gotta separate. Like they didn't draw one color to represent the same as the other color. Here we see Waj
Right.
as green pigment, but we're gonna come down to where it says Waj which is going to say the great green, right?
Right.
And we're going to see if they say that that's Osiris. It's not going to say that. They're going to say that it's the Mediterranean. And
Mm-hmm.
so that's going to be, I'll wait till I get there, but yeah, you go ahead.
Yeah. So because if would they not equate the great green god or a great green god? Would that be
Here it go.
far off from him being the god of vegetation?
So let's just be clear though, because I'm not drawing on my, and this is that's a good question, but we got to do what the primaries tell us. Watch our right here, the sea. That's a sea, and it's literally the Great Green. It's the Fayum Lake. It's not
Mm-hmm.
talking about, and it says again, Great Green in the Fayum, and then they got a food. I'm gonna
Mm-hmm.
click to see if it's another one. None of them is gonna
Right.
say Osiris, but when we go to the Great Black, they might
Uh-huh.
say, "Oh, this is Osiris." All
Yeah,
right.
and then and when you finish, then I'm gonna get to my next question on that.
Mm-hmm.
Because when you show the great green, right, and it does refer to sea or maybe or swamp, is what I found in my studies, right?
Yeah,
When
it's
you
in the
do it,
sea, you're right. The sea. It could be any
yeah,
sea, but most often the Mediterranean, because that's the one they see.
yeah, yeah, but even sometimes,
The Red Sea.
specifically the swamp, right?
Well, hold
The
up
swamp,
though, because I just
yeah,
did. I just don't,
yeah,
not to cut you off, but it
yeah. Go
popped on
ahead.
the screen. Look, I just did Watch Her, and we seen it
Mm-hmm.
said what it said. We
Yeah.
put Kim See, Watch is the color green. Is great.
Mm-hmm.
And now we
Mm-hmm.
put Kim is say the great black one, Osiris. Now, to be fair, if you click into here, they'll say more like, see, but no, they took them out. Why they took
Yeah.
them out? They just leaving it with that. Well, it used to say the Fayum Lake region and all that, but right now this attestation simply showing they talking about the great black one, Osiris.
Yeah. And so, because the fight, if my memory serves me correctly, in my research, the Fayum Lake, the swamp area, that area, those areas, the soil in that area is dark, or what they use, or what they found bitumen, right? And so even when it talks about, not in Fayum, but they refer to the Great Green, they refer to it as swampland.
Nah, I don't see no gray, green, and bitumen put together. So here's the thing. We got 13, it's only 13 attestations in the ancient Egyptian text corpus of bitumen. So we could run through them all. And when I did in my prior research, they associated with Palestine and Coptos. I mean, it's so easy. So here go 14 of them. Let's look. They say Osiris bitumen that comes from the great God, not the great green. You could have, I would give you that. Maybe that's the mistake. But it says once bitumen from Coptos. That's like the 5th nome of Egypt or the 7th nome. It says the bitumen that came out of Coptos. So there we go again. But one of these will say Palestine. Now this is the attestation I've been waiting to explain, but that's about you having the manifestation of God. Here's one, the bitumen that came out of Taparu. Now, I'm not sure if that Taparu is where I'm looking for the Palestinian place, but again,
Taparu is south, isn't it? Isn't that near Nubia?
I'm not. There goes something that came from Punt. Then they're gonna say something that came from Palestine. So if I don't see the Palestine one, maybe that. Oh, there you go. Look, there comes to you bitumen that came out of Palestine. So what I'm saying is, you just said the Fayum, and all I'm saying is none of them say that it came from the Fayum.
Yeah, I'm saying that not in necessarily. I know it says Fayum, but I'm saying translated as when it says sea is swamp. Are they including like swampland in that?
Okay, I hear what you're saying.
Yeah, because we know like swampland, and when we see swampland, there's always concentrations of bitumen. And this is the same thing when we read in the book of Genesis. They actually talk about, they call it in the English translation, it's basically bitumen or tar pits, or where you would see boiling brimstone or different things like that. But the tar pits near Sodom and Gomorrah, more specifically in the book of Genesis, you see that they talk about that substance bitumen. We know today, because of archaeology and anthropology and geology, that there are many volcanic.
Man, I don't want to let you mess it up so much further, Blood. I did right. I got a whole long ass chapter on that. So,
okay. I'll wait till you're right.
You trust me, you're gonna appreciate me when you're reading it. Like, I feel why he stopped me. The reason why is because this is a phenomenon that happened that the absence of bitumen from natural places caused white people, Europeans, to start eating mummies. Now here go the crazy part. Arabs, and it's all written into my book, and I got all the sources. Arabs would start scamming them, bro, and this is the craziest stuff. Because when they ran out of mummies to sell Europeans so that they could actually incorporate it into their medicine and eat them, because they thought that it was some magical medicinal properties of bitumen, they ran out of mummies, and guess what would suffice then? Think about it. Any mummy that was black. Because it had to look like it had bitumen on it. So in my head, I had to pause and say, whoa. It even say that in my source material. I think the document is called Mummy as a Drug. We can pull it up right now. I'm gonna type. Look.
You're absolutely right. I agree with you 1,000%, because that's what led to the study of extracting melanin from black people.
Man. And so, feel me though,
they would have a patent on the machine that did it.
So think about what we was talking about in light of what we was saying. that they came to in the arid time period, they couldn't find bitumen and sources so bad that they started eating mummies. Now here, this details it in a scholastic document, but I got another one I sourced in my book and I can pull it up. I'm just gonna go to my bibliography and check this out. Mummy as a drug. This is a scientific abstract, so they're gonna be trying to keep it calm. The use of mummy as a drug was widespread in Europe from the 12th to 17th centuries, and its employment lingered for 100 years. Basically, it says on for 100 years later. Its supposed virtues was originally based on the medicinal properties of natural bitumen. See, they thought that all the mummies had bitumen on them, but watch how it gets gross. Obtained from the Dead Sea, which is and elsewhere. It says. Now the Dead Sea ain't the Red Sea, so let me slow down. Where's the Dead Sea? Because that might work in your favor,
that's
right?
The Levant.
Yeah, that might work in your favor. Oh, but I did say Palestinian. You were saying some other area. You were saying the Fayum. You were saying the Fayum.
No, I was saying just swampland, but in Genesis, they're around that Dead Sea. That's the area that they're in where they see large concentrations of bitumen.
Well, we got a primary on that from the ancient Egyptians, so I totally believe you. It says during the Middle Age, mummy was obtained from embalming human bodies in Egypt, which were believed. So notice they said mummy was obtained because mummy was a drug to them. They're not saying it was obtained from mummies. It said during the Middle Ages, mummy was obtained from embalmed human bodies, which are mummies. So they basically letting us know they had a slang for eating these people and using it as their medicine. In Egypt, which were believed to have been prepared with bitumen. So that means that, so let's take the case where one wasn't prepared with bitumen. What made them think that? Because it was black. And so to me, I'm like, oh man, you trying to tell me that there was a process where, well, I got the documentation, but let's keep reading. It says, even at the present day, the statement is current that the Egyptians used bitumen for mummification, but this is erroneous, for the embalming material is resin, although appearance is often similar to bitumen. Now let's look at, this old. I want you to know, because this is mummy as a drug. This was 1927. I got the newer scientific data that showed it was bitumen. But this article is key because it showed you how Europeans was using it. So you got to click into it. I can let somebody build. But what this is going to do is show that it went into their recipe position. And it's a dude named Joseph Culpeper who actually was he basically was telling people, he a big herbalist that a lot of people who try to go in on herbalists mention, but he was one of the people responsible for Europeans thinking that there was medicinal qualities in eating mummies.
Yeah, and I think that from there, because you said that they believe that going well up into the 1700s. To be honest with you, I still think they believe that now.
Well, you know what? Some occult people probably still try to be doing gross stuff like that, like, you know.
Yeah, but I know well into the 70s. I think I know well beyond the 1700s. I want to say it might be 16, 17. I'm not absolutely sure, but I do know they have a patent on an apparatus because they believe that bitumen was in the melanin in the skin of Black people, and they created an apparatus to extract the melanin. Most people don't realize that melanin is more. It actually is traded more than the cost. It's more than gold. That's right today.
Here we go, right here. Look, it says, the original mumia gave place to that of the flesh itself. That is to say, of the flesh of any dead body, not necessarily that of an Egyptian mummy. And so it got to that point because they started getting scammed. And so it wouldn't be a white mummy, though, because then they wouldn't have thought it had no bitumen on it. So that let me know that there was some kind of tradition of eating Black people. Yo, this shit crazy.
Yeah, that's a fact. That's a fact. That's a fact.
What's happening, Smash?
Peace to you, American Dream.
Blessings. You mind if I ask one quick question?
Yeah, peace. What's up?
Yes, sir. On the issue of bitumen, I think the last time we spoke, the article, and peace to everyone on the panel. The last time we spoke, Smash. Yes, sirs. We said, I think the article that you read said that the introduction of bitumen in the middle and the New Kingdom was due to the increased humidity in the environment.
They said it could be due to that.
Right, and I think you were saying that you weren't aware of what could have caused this humidity.
No, I did research to see, and did you come up with something?
Yeah, absolutely.
You want to share it?
And what my yes, yeah, definitely. It was
yeah. I'll be interested to see if you bring out the theory eruption.
The who?
The theory eruption for the cause of the larger concentrations of humidity.
I was just going to say the desiccation of the Sahara. Just the Sahara drying up, because they did say that that's what I've even seen articles that said that it's the desiccation of the Sahara that led to the downfall of the Old Kingdom, because it brought on a lot of droughts and famines, and we know that the Sahara dried up, and it was during that time about 5,000 years ago, during that time that all through that time, because it didn't dry up in one spell, it was a gradual thing. So just the desiccation or the drying up of the Sahara would explain why the bitumen use would start later on.
You ain't off by 1,000 years, but you off by a few, the greater number of hundreds of years. Think about it, because
the desiccation took over hundreds of years.
I know, but even if it took 1,000,000 years, if it ended and then it's 800 periods before the time period we're talking about, you still be off. So this is what I'm trying to say. Think about what you just explained. You said it stretched into the Old Kingdom, but the data we were saying, they said in the New Kingdom. You got to remember, and it's when they started changing the tradition of the bitumen, and they said it was due to something.
Because the New Kingdom was hotter. Because the New Kingdom was hotter than the Old Kingdom.
You off by 800 years is what I'm saying, because they got a Middle Kingdom and a first intermediate period and a second intermediate period that your analysis isn't taking into consideration.
But we would imagine that the Middle Kingdom would be warmer than the Old, and then the New Kingdom would also be warmer than the Middle Kingdom. It would gradually keep
I wouldn't
getting
imagine
warmer.
that. I wouldn't imagine that at all. That's you
Like,
just
because
making something up. So we
I'm
got
just
data.
saying,
We got
just
data
based
on
the
that
fact
type
that-
of stuff.
Just based on the fact that the Sahara is drying up, we
But
wouldn't assume
first,
that the
let's be
temperature would
clear.
be getting
Egypt
hotter.
ain't the Sahara. People migrated to Egypt because the Sahara was drying up. So what would that tell you about Egypt? That it wasn't drying up.
Well, no, what I'm saying is that the Sahara drying up also affected the weather in Europe. The Sahara drying up doesn't just affect the Sahara.
Of course.
Egypt.
Of course, it
Of course
affects
it's
the
gonna
whole
affect Egypt.
world. We're not saying it like that.
Look how
But we
close
talking
it
about
is.
the human application, the practical application of this happening. We're not just theorizing stuff. When it dried up, they went to Egypt. So why did they do that? Or let's say they went to the Nile Valley. Why?
They went to Egypt because it was close to the Nile Valley, because it was close to the river. But we must also agree that it was still even hotter in Egypt.
Wait a minute. We must agree it was hotter in Egypt than it was in the drying up. Wait, what do you want us to agree to?
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is it's gonna be cooler in Egypt than it is in the south, but it's gonna be hotter in Egypt than it normally is. Gradually, Egypt is gonna also keep getting hotter. Is it gonna be as hot as the south?
What about what's happening in
not. And those people
what
that
about
are
the
incredibly hot in
West?
the south
I don't
are
understand
gonna
your
move to Egypt.
analysis. The Green Sahara ain't in the south. It's to the west.
Regardless,
What do you mean regardless? I'm trying to understand you. But you just start talking about the South.
It affects the weather.
See, this is what I'm saying. On the same line, look, on the same latitude.
Smash.
Dude, no. Let me explain now. Let me explain, because what I just pointed out, bro, you gotta let me talk. You can't overtalk me on my own show. I just let you say what you had to say, and now I'm trying to give my refutation. Look, you messed up because you went vertically or horizontally. I mean, not horizontally, but you went vertically up and down, which would be going against, like if you go north more, things get hotter, cooler. But if you go west along the same plane, you still on the same, horizontal line or whatever, which would mean that you're not getting no closer to the equator by going left and right. So imagining that it was hotter in Egypt, I would say the most common ground we could find is that, yes, obviously, like you said, the desertification of affected Egypt, but you got to know that desertification had stopped about 3500 BC. You got to know that.
So why do they say that that's what led to
You
the downfall
said
of
you
the
had a
Old
source
Kingdom?
of that, and you never
So
showed
why do
it.
they say that's what led to the?
I don't know
why
that
do you
they
think
say that because you
led to
got to show your source.
a source that said that the drying up of the Sahara led to the downfall of the Old Kingdom.
Yeah. And even when I accepted that, I told you the Old Kingdom is about a long.
You've never heard that before. You've never heard
Why
of that
won't you
idea
listen?
before?
Let me finish the statement. Even
I'm
when
sorry.
you said that, I told you that if I was willing to accept that, you were still, I didn't say 1,000 years off, but from the Old Kingdom to the New Kingdom, it's probably about 1,000 years.
So how long would you say the desiccation? How long did it take for it to
Dude,
dry up?
that's
About
from
how many
10,000
years?
BC to 3,000 BC.
From 10,000
My
BC to
source
3,000
is
BC.
Black Genesis. And yeah, that's Thomas Brothy. Yeah, it took, and you can just read Wiki. 10,000 to 3,000 is the AHD period, the African humidification period. It was over. Hold on, I'm giving you science and data. The African. Do you know about the African?
Science and data.
You didn't give us one source.
I know you haven't given a source yet, but I'm just trying to add to your science and
I
data.
just
Whenever
wrote
they
a
give
whole
dates
book
like that,
on it, and it's gonna be available
bro,
Friday.
smash,
It's called
smash.
Black Like Osiris. Make sure y'all cop that thing.
How much is it?
Smash. Smash.
About $20.
Smash.
All right.
You're
It
saying
should
is
be
that when they say
$120 though.
All
smash.
right.
What's up?
Smash. You're acting as if when they
I
say
mean, you can get it on
10,000
Kindle for
years.
cheaper, but go ahead, Amazon.
I'm gonna get it from you, bro.
I mean, American Dream. I said Amazon.
Yeah. It sounds as if you're saying when they say from 10,000 BC to 3,000 BC, you're not giving and taking anything. Like in science, that's like you have to give and take.
So
10,000
they
to
gave and
3,000,
take. No,
give
they
or take
gave
a
and
few
took.
100 years, bro.
See, that's what happened when you guys do this interpolation. They
It's
gave and took
it's give or
already,
take a
and they
few
gave us
100
the
years.
data, bro. They said it happened from 10,000. They didn't say give or take. They said it happened
so
during the
let me just
periods
be
of
clear on what you're saying.
10,000 to 3,500.
Okay, so what you're saying is you don't think that the desiccation of the Sahara could have led to Egypt getting more humid. That's what you're saying.
That's not what I'm saying. I never said that. I said you 800
So
years
why are you
off with
arguing
the
with me when I
we
said that it
because
could
we
have? So
talking
why are you
about
arguing with me?
bitumen, bro. And you trying to be
Well, that's why
stupid.
they brought in the
You think I
bitumen.
don't
They
know
brought
that
in the
exactly?
bitumen.
That you trying to
That's why
connect
they
it to
brought in because the
bitumen
place
and
got
it's
hotter.
800 years off. You know what you should do? Guess what you should do? You know your time is coming, right? I almost made you the host by accident. I just kicked you out. You should build a platform for that nonsense. Oh, damn, I ain't even got my sound effects right. You was about to get some sound effects. I put you in the waiting room because you retarded. You can't understand that I told you even if we accepted what you saying, the old kingdom is a long time away from the new kingdom. Shout out to you, American Dream. Told you our favorite punching bag over here. But you gone for this show. Anybody hit the link though? Next? Who next? Two down. Elder Yara still trying to research to see what he can say. I didn't put.
Hey, you said two down.
Yeah.
You know you got to still build that bridge, right?
Oh, okay.
You ain't really crossed it yet.
That's right. You're right.
You ain't really crossed it yet.
Yeah, you just brought me back to the research I was showing. So, let me finish. Because I didn't get to show you, see, all this talking we was doing and chilling, I didn't get to show people what I want to show. Ultimately, is this why they, first I want to show we got an attestation of why they put the bitumen on the canopic jars. But if you go look at any other book or anywhere, they're going to be saying, we really don't know But nobody is referencing this one text right here that we have on the screen. Hopefully y'all see it popping back up. And so this is the same embalming text where they tell us in here that now you really gotta, I'm going through it for the courtesy of the people, but really you gotta read this whole thing to get it all the way. But hopefully we can just do this one part. So these two lines run right after each other. All of these lines in this text don't run right after each other, but I've examined this, right? You can see this say 3-6. Why did this say 9-4? Am I wrong? 9-4. Well, let me click into the text and we can see before I mess something up. Well, if it's not that same line, we're going to go into the line to see. See this TLA messing up, so I got to go to the old one, man. Excuse me. Who else there, man? Somebody, let me see. I can't see who all on the screen. Oh, American Dream, you might as well log out, bro. I ain't clicking you back in. You tripping. You tripping. So, all right, here we go. Well, they only got 2 less attestations than the other one. And I'm going to hurry up and try to show this. So here go the one about Billistein Bitterman coming from Palestine. We go through it. And so we got to remember, this is an embalming ritual. So these were the instructions for the man named the Divine Sealer. And I should know that name in Medu Neter, but I don't. So I'm going to click into this, the text right here, so we can see exactly how it was going down in this section of the text. Actually, I want the co-text so I could go right to that section, right? So now we're going to see some stuff occur. Because this is a guy, imagine like some dudes in a tomb with jackal heads on, and they got a statue next to him of the god. I think the god is Amen or Min. We're going to see, because this is the instructions they were supposed to follow. So it says, he brings the Minchet cloth from the house of Happy, the fine Sayat bandages of the house of the noble ones. Grab Happy, seize Isis, whatever that means. But this is for what you're supposed to say out loud. It says, lives are in grains and fast in your arms. Now look, your hands are perfect. Oh, man. Hold on, this ain't the one. Hold on, let me go out. Sorry. I gotta go down. I'm gonna be having to do too much reading. Here we go, right here. So again, I ain't gonna read the whole thing. It says, your enemies will not exist. O Osiris, the Father of God, receive for yourself the perfect grains of life are in your arm. Your hands will be cleansed like this. Now listen, receive the bitterman for you. Your being is perfect. Let's slow down and explain this, and I'm going to make it bigger so everybody can see what's going on here. Now, Osiris, the Father of God here, this is what we was talking about earlier about them being deified. And this is, I was explaining that as well. Osiris is really Wasir, the one we know. But the God they talking about is the newly deceased person who has been rendered justified. But this is happening in a embalming ritual, and in all practicality, they would not have known if he was justified to Ma'at yet. They would have only known that that was one of their loved ones. So we all consider our loved ones as going to heaven, basically. You know what I'm saying? We don't never imagine our loved one. I mean, you know, if you're thinking in that Christian theology.
So this would be, but this whole ritual would have been paid, would have been possible through the riches of the noble ones, of the noble family, or someone of nobility,
or whoever
right?
could afford a tomb. Yep, because they do got some non-royal tombs, as we know. But yep, you're right, because you got to be able to afford. I mean, you know, some people, some of us opt for different processes because of reasons. So, you know, it happened back then too. So, but the trip off this. So that was Osiris, the Neter they talking about, the father of the deceased. So when they say receive for yourself the perfect grains on your arms, they put some grains on his arms at that time, the deceased God. In the name of Osiris, basically. Now it says, your hands will be cleansed, and they got like this in parentheses, so they must have did some process. Now it says, receive the bitterment for you. So now we know they putting bitterment on him at this time. And what they say here is your being is perfect. But when you really look into the Medu Neter, you see it's being linked back to Osiris here. Because if we click this word for being, if we come over here, it's going to be the Shashim word or whatever, right?
Yep, I know that's Sim.
Yeah, now
Sure.
look, it says the manifestation of God. Now, I'm not making this
Mm-hmm.
up. So if we
Mm-hmm.
just looked at it as being, our beings in some theological tradition, yeah, they are the manifestation of God. But in the traditions that don't put that forward, we would have never knew that they meant that by that word being. It actually says, receive the bitumen, your manifestation of God is perfect. If we go back to the text now and read it again. So that was this word being, and we can see the MNN again right before it. We know that's the asphalt. So now we got in a primary text the asphalt being directly associated with the manifestation of God via Osiris. So that's a really strong one, but I'm gonna have to continue, and I'll hear words from y'all while I'm looking for the rest of this.
Well, let's go back to what you was just reading, Smash.
All right.
So let's look at this. We know that this is a ritual burial that's happening, right? Right? Because we don't necessarily see embalming happening right now.
No, it happened earlier. They actually tell you how to do it.
Right. So this is instructions, just as you said. We know this, or we can conclude that this is being performed by a family or a person who was well off, right? Who had
those well-off people would have gotten the divine sealer and one other person, it seems, to perform this ritual. It would be the priest, the divine sealer, and the statue of Amen. That's all I seen in this text.
And that's what hits me, right? So follow me, Smash, right? If you would be so humble, right? It says, your hand will be cleansed like this. First, I want to read the line above that, right? It's talking about the grain. The grain will be on your arm, right? That is a offering, correct?
Well, let's look at that's a good one. So I guess it's this term here, amini, because that's the one I'm not the most familiar with. Yeah, it says, I think, a plant. So you feel me? So the way they translate it, and then when we go into the dictionary, we could, just like when we do the Hebrew in the Bible, when we look at the definitions of those words, we could also see how they like right here, this receive. If I click this gonna say like to seize something, to receive or to take possession of something. So it's, you know what I mean? And so again, the translations, I'm not saying they're wrong, but if we want to do a real analysis, we got to click into every term.
Right, because right there, that would be more so like, I would be thinking more of, and I could be wrong, I would be thinking more of an hallucinogenic or lotus or something
he did.
Well, but he's taking this to the afterlife, though.
I feel you, but they granted him. So this is what it say: receive for yourself. So we putting on you, because if you click, it says to receive or to take possession of, and we know he dead, so he can't take possession of it. Now let's click this one. It's a plant, and they say it's the grains. I'm with that. Nefer, that's good. So what does it say good here?
But I think it's a medicinal plant.
Okay, so the good plant. That's why they called it Nefer, probably. Two, R means two, so that means two. So they tell you receive the good plant two. Now, Ake is to your arms. So they rubbing it on his arms like a topical. And that's the most thing without doing no interpolation that we could take from that. Receive it on your arms. You see what I'm saying? Now it even say your hands will be cleansed, and it say like this. So they probably put it on his arms and saying we're going to, imagine rubbing it down the arms to the hands.
Balm or salve
that
cleanses the skin.
In my book, I detail each one of these bombs and talk about each one of them, but let's keep going.
I definitely got to get that book.
Yeah, so now they talk about the bitumen, though. They go straight from that.
That's what I want to get to, right? He says, now receive the bitumen for you. Let's talk about that, Smash. Right? Your being is perfect. Receive the bitumen for you. Are you saying that in that attestation that the person is the bitumen? Or are you saying, just as they did the topical plant that we talked about, the balm, right? If you're saying they rub that on their skin, why wouldn't we see this same process continue of bitumen being rubbed onto the skin? And if that is the case, then we know that that person must not have been the exact same color, plausibly, as bitumen, but possibly of a different hue.
Yeah.
But when that bitumen, that dark color, is rubbed on him, now going into the afterlife, he's seen as a god or perfect.
Well, you kind of right, because they had other black substances, right? So I feel you, but here's the thing: they indicate that bitumen was the discharge that comes out of Osiris. They say that in this text, right? And so that's giving its meanings. So if we attach that to this, where they say, receive the bitumen for you, your image of God or your manifestation of God, as I click here, is perfect. We know they saying that you are just like Osiris, because when we continue, now it says here, perfect rites will be performed on you, a perfect mummification in the skin of Seth. Now let's slow down, because I thought this through my analogy. No, let me explain, because I thought what you thinking. I thought this threw my analogy off, like, oh, it couldn't mean that. But when this is why we go to the Meta Nature, because here go the Sutek word, this STS. So when I click this, look,
now.
This is going to tell you. What does it say right there? What does it say? See, this letter, it say leather, hide. So that let us know that they wrapped them in something. They wasn't talking about his skin. They was rubbing stuff on his skin, but then they wrapped him in what they call the hide of his enemy, which was some sort of a hide. So if we do analysis on all the items, say that I was trying to make Brother Jabari shrine do burials the right way, like Kemet, I could do that with this text. He could do it too. Shout out to him. But I'm saying, you would go itemize each of these items which they got in here and say what they are. So if we itemize this, we would go get some leather. We wouldn't go get no human skin. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, why wouldn't it? We've seen that happen before.
Well, Seth was an animal. You know that, right? The Set animal.
Well, Seth was an animal,
yeah,
but
so
Seth
the
was
skin of Seth.
also.
You looking for a while? You prying, bro? You prying, because this ain't it. It was some good ones in there, but I don't think you caught it. You might have to read the text for yourself.
What I'm saying, in the skin of Seth, right?
Yeah.
Seth, that was like not a goat, but like a sheep.
I don't know. I call it the Seth animal because I don't think they exist anymore. So, you know.
Yeah, I think that's referred to as a sheep because those came in along with Seth from those Asiatics that came in. Those Amu that came in. Those, you see what I'm saying? Those like when we see on the tomb walls in the B'nai Hassan mural, right? When we see those antelopes coming in that the Amu are bringing in.
Now look,
right?
I had to come to this to show you. The color that came out of Seth comes to you. Now, what do they say right next? Something that's red, right?
The blood
Told
of the
you. So you feel what I'm saying? So now we know all
that's that red heifer.
No, I think they taking the blood out of him because they about to put it in these canopic jars. Watch this. They gonna tell you we gonna lay you on your back. They do it all. And so they tell you which items they put inside of his body. And then they say, why they put the bitumen on the canopic jars. And so now here's another one. You will be spoken about in the duat. Again, they talking about the afterlife, not the back of the tomb. But I mean, I know I'll
look at that next line though,
right,
and see that's what throws me, right?
What is that?
So after they receive, isn't it? Is it only after the bitumen has been placed on them?
Oh, you just helped me beat you up more. Why you make me come back here? I missed this earlier. Look at this.
Asking the question.
Look at what it say. You can read it. You will be spoken about in the duat. You are a god amongst the glorified. This is what I told everybody, right? So now you a god because you black with the bitumen. But look what it say. It is you, the image of Osiris. The perfect image of Anpu. They both black.
But that's why that doesn't beat me up. Because it's only until the bitumen is rubbed onto the skin that they become God-like.
Oh, yeah, I'm with you on that. That's what I'm saying it's about. Remember I said it's about divine monarchy?
So the person that died is not necessarily being told, we're not being told that the person that died necessarily is black.
Okay, yeah, you're 100% right. I'm with
that.
you. We completely agree on that. It's others who argued that. So here's the thing. Here's the thing. It's two instances where we got to take this into the account. When the mummy stuff come into account, and they was like, I'm talking about when they started eating money because they thought it had bitumen on it, and then we found out that they was getting hustled. The blackness of the mummies would come into play there, because if you wanted to hustle somebody to think that it was bitumen on it, you had to have a black mummy. Now, there's another period of time when they still had this traditional funerary process, and we can't find bitumen on the mummies. This is in the Old Kingdom. Out of 9 mummies that they tested, here's a good question for anybody in the chat too. And I don't know if American Dream get this. I just kicked you off for fun, American Dream. You all good. You got resilience. Hopefully you be back tomorrow. I adore your resilience. You fire on you, you come right back. Bow, bow. You be like, damn, bow. Hey, you know, if you fought UFC or something, which I never did, but I can imagine if you just sting on somebody hella times and they keep coming back, you're going to develop some more than respect. You're going to start to liking that person. Like, this dude tough. Bye, bye, bye. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, that's all you do. You just keep coming back to get socked in the eye. American Dream, shout out to you. Now, here it go, right here, when we talk about putting the bitumen on the damn canopic jars. Now, a lot of people miss this because I don't know if scholars did this research. I know somebody has. Definitely these scholars at the TLA have. But the children of Horus here are the canopic jars. So now we got the divine sealer, who is the dude doing the ceremony, who says they are to give their attention at his feet, namely the divine sealer, with the children of Horus and the children of the head of the sanctuary. See, this one is in parentheses, but this one ain't. I mean, it's not in parentheses, it's in quotes. If we go to the children of Horus, I don't see where that would be right here. That's the god sealer, so we're the children of Horus.
You move real fast in that TLA, brother.
Oh, you see this child right here? This mess? Now that's the child. Now we're going to see Heru. But they don't tell us it's the canopic jars. But if you go, anybody know that Horus didn't really have no children in mythology. So I'm going to come here to prove it. I'm going to put children of Horus. Then we learn that those are the canopic jars. Look. Horus's 4 sons, and they got names that I don't remember them all. We're going to say it right here. Mesti, who had the human head. Duamutef, who had the jackal head. Queben Senef, who had a falcon head. And Happy, who had the baboon head. These are the canopic jars in which you would put the intestines of the deceased in and put a little bitumen in it. So now we're looking at a primary, and I'm almost burnt out. I've been talking hella much. But now we're looking at a primary that's telling us what they're going to do with these jars and everything. So we could write, I wrote it in my book, that we got primary attestation to show it's not no mystery why they put the black soot, or whatever we called it, not black soot, in the canopic jars.
But why are they blackening the skin with this pigment?
So
with
they
this
can resemble
bitumen
the black god. Remember?
to resemble the black god, because the very next line it says his soles, his lower legs, his thighs shall be anointed with blackening stone oil.
That's the same stuff we talk about, but from a different.
It's the same
that's
stuff.
Not bitumen. They just got a different.
No, it's
black.
not.
It's a different one over here.
Yeah.
But so they keep on doing that, and then they gonna say, look, the toes and the feet should be wrapped with pearl bandages. They tell you about using the anoint them again with myrrh chet oil ointment. So they really going in on the details, and it reveals a lot to us that when they talk about this bitumen, they talk about you looking like the god Osiris. Here it goes. There's another one about the bitumen. Let's see what they're saying. Give 4 units of lyphozyte grains, whatever that was, baking soda and bitumen to the joints of his knees. So that obviously was for a practical purpose, I presume. It wasn't to make his knees black like Osiris, but you know what I'm saying. Be attached to the fluid. Now they got the ebony tree, resin, blah, blah, blah. Well, this whole thing, we could go through it all, but the most of the data that we intended to extract, we could see it, quite frankly, that they was using the bitumen, attaching it to looking like Osiris, which they called the manifestation of the god. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. Hey man, I appreciate the conversation on that, man. I think you know, I definitely learned something, man, that I could definitely use to beat y'all up. But I really, I did really learn something though. I did really learn something, man. So I appreciate that.
Word up. I appreciate it too. I always learn in these discourses. I always learn in these discourses as well. Yeah.
Yeah, no doubt.
Well, anybody else in the chat? I can't even see. Let me see. Okay, yeah, Suntan. Guess what? Y'all feel free to click the link. I am gonna shut it down in a quick second. I feel kind of like I need some damn nasal shit. Yeah, some medicine. But yeah, it's cool. I felt like we did some good dissemination today. I got some good contributions from the supporters. I think they want to see more of the Smash Rockwell show. Shout out to y'all out there. Suntan, you got the floor. You got something you want to say? Oh, well, if not, I'm gonna go on into my final segment, take a quick break, and then get ready to close this down. So I'm gonna close down the Zoom. But I ain't going nowhere now. We got more teaching to do, but I'm gonna play that hard coup so y'all can hear them smooth lyrics real quick. Listen to the lyrics like you want to learn something. You really will. I bet you. Watch this.
Morodic script in my car too. Roll through with them arches. All cool. That's in my shinu. I'm Bennu giving y'all truth. Iron core from meteorite should be chartreuse. Turbocharged the chariot and almost left Ferrari. The queen like almost Nefertari. Immortalize an image, put a figure in a figurine. Him at Netherite, who her? Them leopard skin kilts, yeah, the clan wear them. And I turn your knee suit to a fan bearer. Have my servants build a new stadium where I'ma slaughter you, surround your tomb alive with boot cranium. Remove the organs, we preserve the dead. Mummify them, then carve them a reserve head. And all your internet mans who lied with you, died with you, sacrificed their life, afterlife with you. Now I'm all in your spot, and I'm calling the shots, while your soul get devoured in the hall of my eye. Ain't a night ballin' or not, care if you ballin' or not. I'm still gonna tell you guys, go to Kemet like El Shaddai. You ain't no king, You're like Cambyses the Persian who couldn't draw the Nubian bowstring. Melt the jewels in your crown into a gold ring. Refashion them after smashing the whole thing. You're like Pepe II. Too old, king. If you think it ain't black, then let me just check them. I know the syntax. Every morphine and phoneme. The scholarship top line, dog, and the flow mean. And my debater make a fraud, quit the internet. Sometimes I wonder if I saw to fix this window yet. That's what you call repair, re-end. They heard the king of Madjai was a scary man. And he is though, I'm telling you, you better contain him, man. He's busting arrows at all these Mediterraneans, killing them. Now we ain't getting no views. Yeah, them flip-flops look like Tutankhamun shoes. And y'all just wiki, thinking I'm enthused. They turned Egyptian temples to churches and still say, I'm enthused. It's crazy. They just wiki, cause they lazy. So they can call me pseudo, it don't faze me. The page monetized, so crushing you clowns pays. You dig? Magi archers. Dead period.
If you ain't Sinetta, no time for that interview.
Woo, came on my headphones too loud. Go on and leave that nice comment up on that. Go on and read through that first chapter and be like, man, this thing right here. Y'all see that black like Osiris? Don't argue with me, because we're going to put it out. Feel me? Yep. All right, I'm about to play my football game. Maybe start back writing. My team came out with some good wins today. Nobody hit the link, so I'm just going into my personal stuff. Where my phone go, too? My team, I'm about to get a quick game. I guess I'll play Brother Ray. Shout out to Brother Ray. We're about to scrape one of your teams right now. All right, somebody said humidity is a measure of water vapor. A desert wouldn't have more water vapor. Man, this is what I was trying to explain to American Dream something he's never heard about. The AHD. I mean AHP, right? See? Now, let me make sure I'm right. No. There you go. The AHP. See, if you learn about stuff like this, bro, you wouldn't be talking to me about the shit you talking to me about. All right, go read this, American Dream, and get up out of here, bro. God. Why did I just make that up and get it put on Wiki? Or I must know something about it, right? Cut it out. Do you see when these numbers stop? Oh my gosh, dude. So go read this article and say, okay, my bad. All right? It's all good. In the meantime, I'm going to start this game and then hold on. Go crazy. So over the past few days, I was between writing my book and getting my team right. Oh, we just played, Brother Ray. Let's see did we win or not. We better have won. Let me see. Oh, yeah, we blew them out, 41-17. You know, bro, don't run up on my team while I ain't looking. I'm live on YouTube. Try to beat us. But I'm going to get up out of here, go watch somebody else's show. Again, I want to say thanks for all the contributions to the show. Thanks for everybody who watched this show just to learn. I'm trying to make this a better place for the family environment. But, you know, don't get it tripping. As soon as they get away, go grab their phone and they listening right to Instagram. So this is good information that sometimes might have some hiccups. All right? Shout out to y'all who helped with support, helped me stay enthused while doing the show. But right now, it's about some football. I watch this game. I know my team off the hook. See, this is the thing about these type of games. Everybody is on the field, like I be saying, it's an MMORPG. So everybody a human. And if it ain't a human, you buy a franchise and you build your own players, right? So when I look at the play-by-play, this is Brother Ray. Shout out to you who be in the chat sometimes. And he scrimmed the game against me while I was streaming. But if we go look. So this is the fun part. My team is called the Berkeley Biblical Builds, right? And look, we the great team. Look, see, we rookies. But if you know how to build these players better than other people, your team going to perform so good. Look, see, we're not going to miss a catch. So to me, these are my imaginary children that I'm coaching. I should be coaching for real because I do hella good. I pick all the right plays, everything. But I'd rather not deal with the parents, so I'd rather just coach these players. All right, so this is what I'm going to go do. Shout out to y'all. Thanks for watching. This game is called GLB2, but the season just started, so it's a more, you won't be able to really get no action till like 2 months from now if you ain't already playing. Oh, look at us, completing every play. So they wonder how you build players like this. Look, touchdown. What I tell you, that's Vatican Pope on the receiver too. Don't trip. I want to get this touchdown on Brother Ray. Then we up out of here. Nah, that's not fair. I need to see if he scored. Throw the ball, man. You know, this quarterback, that's Jealous God. So the quarterback is Jealous God, and his main receiver is Vatican Pope. Peace to the people. I'm out. This is my way to get off of thinking about the knowledge all the time. You got to have something else. I'm gone.